Okay, starting this thing up. Waiting to see if I got transcoding options. I do. Awesome. Hello there. This is stream number 407. I'm going to be doing one more stream before I take a week off. And hello there, Nui. Waiting for me, huh? How are you doing today? I'm going to be trying to finish up the Rust procedural macros workshop that David Tolnay made about a year and a half ago. And let me actually get that. Actually, I'm not going to get the original one. I'm going to get John Hu's solution. John Hu's solution up. Another fine developer who has solved this workshop in case I need clues, aka cheating. Hey there, Lumacode. I'm doing all right. How are you? And Risubaka, how are you today? Hi. So actually, there are other parts of this workshop. I don't know if I'll get to them, but I at least want to finish up the builder workshop. So if I need to peek at John's solution, it's here. And I have my documentation ready to go. And where's my code? There's my code. I was working today on this line needs to be changed to match the expected output here. We needed to say, for if you misspell this attribute, we needed to say expected builder each equals whatever on the correct span. And right now, instead of saying error expected, we have error derived panic. And we have the wrong span, and the message is in the wrong place. So the message here is correct. It just needs to be moved up to here. So it tells me that panic is not the right way to handle this. Probably compiler error. I just need to figure out how to do that. And then we need to attach the span of where that attribute was to the error, rather than, I guess by default, panic just, it takes that as the span for whatever error you had. Digging into Postgres PubSub to avoid having to spin up another server, so good for you. Looked into PubSub a little bit for Twitch. And I don't know if Postgres PubSub is the same or different, but it looked reasonable. Something not too hard to use. All right, so quick recap of what I've been doing. So now that I've been going for a few minutes, it's probably safe to assume people who want to watch are watching. I'm trying to learn procedural macros in Rust. Okay, and that's off the screen, so what if I hide this for a second? There we go. We're working with the Rust programming language, specifically the procedural macro syntax. When I do that, it pops up something that's annoying me. Anyway, there is a workshop that was made to help people practice their skills in this, and it's here. And I'm following along that. One of the challenges in the workshop is to implement the builder pattern. So, for example, given this structure, to automatically emit code through this macro invocation here, to have a builder function, which returns a builder object, which allows you to, through method calls, individually set the fields of a command, and then produce the command. So, builder pattern is... hold on. Builder pattern is... I wasn't ready to say something, and it's in this README, right? Yes. Right here. The builder pattern, if you're not familiar with it, is there. Doing great is you could do a QA and found some bugs that will be fun to find out where they happen. I know. Finding bugs is always fun until you can't find it. Hey there, Turchikari. And Red Sky 1, how are you today? So the Postgres PubSub is quite nice and fault tolerant, but yeah, you checked out the Twitch PubSub too for channel reward redemption. Too bad they don't provide an API input. I know, that bothered me too, that not all of their functions are in all of their APIs. It's like a piecemeal. Probably because it would be more work for them to actually completely put everything in one API. Hey there, Saruk. C10, how are you today? Okay, so the challenge here, implement the builder pattern through a macro to let us do something like this, which you wouldn't be able to do normally in Rust with a structure. Normally what you'd have to do is you'd have to say let command equal command and then actually fill in the arguments directly, right? Executable is something, you know, args is something else, etc. Whereas with the builder pattern, you make a temporary object which you use to fill in fields through setter methods. So the challenge is broken up into several steps, and we've already completed all the way through the first 7 steps out of 9. So it's almost complete. This is the body of the macro. So at the very end, we see the pattern for what we're actually going to emit. So in addition to adding a builder function to the implementation of whatever we're tied to for the macro, the name is going to be a command in this case. We're also going to make a builder object with several methods, setters, which are the ones you see here, executable, arg. You can see that they're tied to the names of the fields. And additionally, you can set individual elements of vector arguments if you have this each attribute. So if you have one of these, then the name of the individual setter is here versus setting the whole vector at once. That's why we're able to call arg more than once to fill in the vector element by element, right? So there are our setters, which are going to be a combination of, where are they? Full setters and then each setters. And let me see what else to cover here. There's a lot of detail. If you wanted to see it, you'll have to rewind to the previous streams or ask me questions about anything specific. But fundamentally, what we're doing in the macro, this is how we declare it. This name here has to match the name used in this derive. So this is a specific kind of procedural macro called the derive macro, named after how you use it and what its purpose is. It's supposed to derive extra code based off of the tree you've attached it to. So in addition to saying what name it is, we also have to list what inner attributes we want to cover. So that's this builder attribute for individual fields, right? And then the macro is implemented through a function which is called a compile time. The input token stream is going to be the compiler's representation of these tokens. So not yet compiled, they're provided to us so that we can produce extra tokens in addition to these. So the compiler emits the input as the output and then additionally adds whatever we return from the macro. So there's a convenient tool you can use to show the expansion of something like this. Let me demonstrate it. So back in Cargo Toml, I have this set up. Let me, oops. Let me return it to what it was the last stream, where it was 7 repeated fields. I'm using this trick. John Who did a different trick where he copied the code into the lib.rs, but I figure this is kind of less invasive of the code. So you can go say cargo expand test step, and it will emit output after it compiles a bunch of stuff. I wonder why it's compiling. It shouldn't need to compile. I wonder if something changed since my last stream, like maybe it updated to a new version or something. That's okay. Oh, did I misspell it? Repeated fields? Repeated field. There we go. So here's the expansion of that macro. So in addition to the command, now we have the command builder and its implementation, and here are the individual setters, right? So here is the each setter for arg, and here's the full setter for args. You can kind of see, if you want to, you could set the whole vector at once, or if you want to set them one at a time, you pass one string at a time, and it'll create the vector if it's not there. Oh, I'm being rated by Mr. Halsey. Hello, fellow Rustaceans. Mr. Halsey, you might be watching an ad now. Maybe I'll delay a little bit. Just kill some time while the ad plays out. I wonder what ad everyone's watching. Is it the one about COVID, or is it there's a more fun one. It was It was showing respect to our moderators. I like that ad. Anyway, hopefully you're done with the ad now. Thank you, Mr. Halsey. How was your stream? Mr. Halsey, if you don't know, is an awesome streamer, and it looks like my commands are dead. Looks like my bot is down. Anyway, shout out to Mr. Halsey. Rage shouldn't get ads. Sometimes they do, though. So I always play it safe and assume I might have to kill time. But yeah, hello, Nightshade dude. So Mr. Halsey knows a lot more about Rust than I do. I was going to say Raid. I have just started learning Rust about almost 2 months ago in their initiative. Of course, Mr. Halsey, welcome. So yeah, check out Mr. Halsey's stream if you want to see a real expert in Rust. I'm just a newbie. Hey there, Grumpy Game Dev. I should probably fix my bot, right? Because it doesn't seem to be responding to chat right now. My bot is run by my game server, so let me log into that and see what's going on. Maybe it just needs to get the connection. Okay, so it should be in chat, so let me just take it out of chat and then put it back into chat. Because it has an OAuth token. So 10 seconds after I hit the enable button, it should say something in chat, unless it's broken completely. And then, okay, there it goes. So now I can shout out Mr. Halsey. There we go. Oh, actually, that's me. That's me shouting at Mr. Halsey. Let me see if my bot can shout at Mr. Halsey. There we go. All right, yeah, I don't know why, but sometimes my bot's connection to Twitch goes down, and it's probably a bug in my code. I'm probably not responding to Twitch's reconnect message, which you see infrequently, that tells you need to connect to a different instance. If you're a 4, you're a -1? What? Oh, you evaluate yourself as a 4 out of 10 in Rust. Yeah, I guess that would be -2 then. Only Mr. David is a 10 out of 10. Well, yeah, he wrote the book on everything, right? So if you don't know who Mr. D. Tolnay is, he's the one who made this, hold on, let me update. The one who made the procedural macro workshop we're working on today, and you might also recognize his name if you look up libs.rs and you look for, is it librs? Lib.rs. If you look up the 2 crates we're using today, quote and sin, are both written by David Tolnay. The sin quote crate is for generating code in macros, and the sin is for parsing Rust syntax. Both written by David. Oh yeah, Musean is way up there. So I have a command also that lists all you guys in there. So Mr. Halsey, Musean, and also I need to add EctonDev in there. We have a growing community of folks streaming Rust programming and learning on Twitch. And I need to get a full list out there to quote. Anyway, back to the Rust stuff. So I was just showing everyone like a recap of what I've been working on, that Rust procedural macro workshop, and I am almost done with it. I have gotten to step 8 out of 9 steps for developing a builder pattern procedural macro. So taking this command structure and generating a builder out of it. So the expansion of that looks like this, where here is the original structure, and then here's what the macro emits, a builder object, which we can fill in details for the command piece by piece, and then finally run a build, which actually generates the command based on what we gave the builder. And then we also have a builder function added to that original structure to construct the builder itself. So, hey there, Black Has. You have a dilemma, doesn't let you sleep well. Rust or Go? I would say I don't know enough about Rust. I mean, Go. But Rust if you want a challenge. Go if you want to have fun. That's my guess. So, do you like challenges? Go with Rust. No pun intended. If you just want to learn a new language, you don't want such a big challenge, I'd probably try Go first. But then again, I don't know Go. I think Mr. Halsey knows a lot more Go than I do. But hello, by the way. And Volatile Majesty, hello to you as well. Challenge accepted. Yeah, for me, what I like... do I have this in my buffer? No. I gotta open it. Let me find it. It's in my stream notes, which sometimes aren't available. Why I like Rust? Challenge of learning it. It's a difficult puzzle for me. So if you want a puzzle to solve that's a big challenge, try to learn Rust. Hey there, Epic Unknown. How are you doing? I'm just getting settled in today. A lot of people have arrived. We have Mr. Halsey's team. You don't know Go? I thought you did. Was it, oh, was there a difference between Go and Golang? You know, Erlang and Elixir. Okay, I don't know who knows Go then. I'm sorry, I can't recommend someone. Anyway, yeah, no problem. So what I'm working on at this point is to get this test to pass. What this test is requiring that I do is recognize that that is a syntax error. And if I run the test, that's not what I want to do. I want to hit the down arrow. Cargo test, right? It's going to pass the first 7 tests because we're awesome. And then we're expected to emit this kind of error message that tells us exactly where in the source code the syntax error is. In other words, this line. Instead, what we're doing is marking the wrong line up here, and we are panicking the macro derivation rather than making a proper compiler error message. So I need to learn how to make a proper error message citing the correct span of the attribute which is in error. For your work, you use both Go and Rust. The basic litmus test for us is Go if you can tolerate garbage collection. Rust if you need total control and are prepared to learn more from more correctness and performance. Hold on a second. Someone used my printer. Hello there, Riot Dev. How are you doing today? Also, Silmith, hello. And Badab, a 000, hello. In comparison to C++, I understand it's harder to get Rust to compile, but does Rust make life easier? As in, yeah, that was the file I was just looking at. Why I like Rust. When you get past this challenge of learning it, I think that Rust tends to guide you towards a better design. And once you get your stuff to compile, usually it just works. I've only had a few times where it didn't work, and that was not due to like a segmentation fault, but because I had like just a flaw in the design of my solution. So far for the little programs I've done, and granted I haven't built a larger program yet because I've just been learning the language, but so far like 99 out of 100 times, once I've gotten stuff to compile, it just worked. Yeah. So I tend to think that it helps us catch bugs more quickly. So I have a preferred order of catching bugs, right? In C++, I've gotten used to catching a lot of bugs in unit test stage. Rust, though, is helping me catch compile problems either on steps 1 or 2. Before I write it, I count that when I type it and I haven't yet tried to run the compiler. If I see the bug, I've caught it at step 1. And it's sort of cheating, but with plugins like the Rust or Rust Analyzer, which has a language server built in, it can actually show you where your compiler errors are before you even compile, because it does internally a check stage. So if you can see a red squiggly in your code, then you've caught a bug before you've even compiled it. But most of the time, yeah, either I see it there or I see it when I try to compile the code, and when I'm doing Rust. And that's a lot earlier than in C++. I'm used to catching most of my bugs at unit test. And my philosophy is, for many years, has been the earlier you can catch the bug, the faster and the more robust your code is going to be. And so you want to catch it as early as you can. And Rust is helping me catch it early. So that's one of the things I really like about it, even though it's challenging. Most things, async learning, one web dev help with that too. Yeah. Learning other languages first definitely helps learning Rust, because a lot of the concepts are the same, and most of the time is going to be concentrated on what's specific to Rust and what are the things that are common idioms in Rust. You know, the ways to do things idiomatically. that are different from other languages. Segfault should be impossible in safe Rust. Yeah, but sometimes you can rely on a crate which is hiding some unsafe stuff, right? And you can still in Rust get runtime panics, like if you use a ref cell and you try to borrow twice, it panics. So you can still get, it's not a seg fault, but it's a different kind of crash, I suppose. Although some people argue it's not a crash. You can get faults, right? Your program will stop, even in Rust, if you have certain design problems. But so far, I've seen it a lot less frequently than I have with C++. But that could just be because I wasn't very good at C++. Who knows? Everyone's different. They use Go for CLI control plane, which still needs performance but can tolerate the garbage collector. And then linker D proxy needs to be as invisible as possible in terms of latency and hence Rust. Yeah. Correctness and safety is a big factor. Yeah. I mean, if your program is correct and safe, that is a very strong thing to have. Problem is that JavaScript and other scripting languages have a lot of frameworks and libraries that makes your life very easy. Well, I've learned that Rust does too. So that's one of the powerful things behind Rust is that it has a built-in package management tool, and they have a lot of things that you can find. So, for example, the other day I was like, I've used the Raft consensus algorithm, right? I implemented my own version of that. Gee, I wonder if there's a Raft in Rust. Turns out there is. So there you go. It's easy to look up and find lots of different implementations out there for libraries in Rust. Similar to how you look stuff up with, was it NPM with JavaScript? So the frameworks and the libraries, they are evolving even for Rust. The Rust development environment is one of the best you've used. Yeah, I totally love how integrated the tools are for managing dependencies, getting new ones, finding things. And my stream is usually about reinventing the wheel. It's kind of challenging to do that when everything's been written for you and it's easy to get. First, you've heard of yeah, so it's lib.rs. Someone showed it to me as like an alternative to crates.io. But they're essentially the same thing, right? Fix that. So both have lookups. So I could, on crates.io, I could also look up Raft and see the same thing, right? So it's just, what's your personal preference, right, between that and that? One thing that I've noticed that lib.rs has is it lists things like features and the dependencies over here. I don't know if crates.io does that. Okay, it does have dependencies, but I don't know if it shows features. I'd have to pick something that has like a lot of features in it. How about something like Tokyo? Does it have a lot of features in it? I think that's what these are here, but I'm not sure. Oh, other features. There we go. So I don't know if crates.io shows a feature list for things. Where's this? Here it is. Tokyo. If it's there, I didn't see it. They have dependencies and versions. I don't think they have a features list, though. Yeah, so I think that was one of the pluses of lib.rs is the feature list. This doesn't need to be so wide, actually. Anyway, pick your poison. There's multiple things you can use. Okay, so specifically what I'm working on, I'm going to try to get back to it, is we need to detect this syntax error, which we're kind of already doing, but we need to report it in the way expected by the unit test, which is this exact error message. And I believe I'm supposed to be using the error message, the compiler error invocation. That's what they're trying to get me to use, right? So it's in syn. Let me look it up and learn how to use it. So that would be under here. It should be listed here under syn, right? Under functions. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I just need to look up compiler error. Compile error. To compile. How about compiler error? What is it called then? Struct error method to compile. Oh. Interesting. So I need to look at struct error. All right. And thank you for all the follows, by the way. I appreciate that. To compile, is that what we need? Yeah, to compile error. Render the error as an invocation of compiler error. Okay, so what are they saying I should do? Compiler error macro for omitting basic ones, lowering... Okay, so if we have an error, we can lower it to compiler error with toCompile error. But if we want to emit a basic one, we can use the macro that's actually looks like it's part of Rust standard library. So I need to go in this window and type compile error. There it is. So it's a macro that causes compilation to fail with the given error message when encountered. It should be used when a crate uses a conditional compilation strategy to provide better error message for erroneous conditions. It's a compiler level form of panic. It emits an error during compilation rather than runtime. Okay. The ed ships with Debian won't pass the tests? Really? But ed is the editor. Right? You've seen the man page for ed, right? Ed, they changed it. It used to say ed is the line text editor. Now it's just a line text editor. That's funny. It doesn't pass its Debian tests. All right, so I'm going to want to use that compiler error instead of the panic that I have, I believe. The panic was up in here, right here, yeah. So let's see what I can do here. Oh, thank you for that follow. I appreciate that. Compile error. And then how do we use it? I don't think that's going to give us, excuse me, I don't think that's going to give us the right span, though. See what it does. So I just put that in place. This doesn't seem right. Yeah, see, I don't even get the correct code here. Expected... Oh, maybe this is correct. Hold on. Run the tests again. No, it doesn't even build the tests. Oh, it's... Okay. It's happening when we're actually compiling this function. Okay, so... Maybe I do need to turn it into a result because this is being called from somewhere else, right? It's being called from here. It's being called from a couple places. So I've been using option. Maybe I need to use result instead of option. Or wrap this whole thing in a result. Hey there, A squared. Rust, 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 rust. And I should also say hello to Cranky Kernel. I have a little stream helper, by the way, that reminds me if I haven't said hello to someone in chat. And if you're a lurker, don't worry. I will not call your name out unless you chat. Because I respect lurkers. You don't say anything, you won't get bothered. The help will say the GNU line editor. Huh. Okay. I'm going to guess that because of this hint that we're supposed to generate a SYN error, but I'm not sure. Preferred way to report an error for procedural macros by including an invocation of the compile error macro in the code emitted by the procedural macro. Okay. So we want to maybe quote that then, right? Shoot. Yeah, I think I do want to turn this into a result. Whoops. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Result has the error second, right? Well, it's going to use a SYN error. Okay. So then I can... so these need to return okay then. I'm fighting with my keyboard again. So it happens when I don't use it for a few days. Okay, error, yeah. Oh, thank you very much. I got some commissioned artwork given to me just now. Very nice. Well, it's one of the side effects of having kids is that when you get one that's a good artist, you can commission artwork from them. I can't reveal the artwork though because it would it's a secret. It's requested, not commissioned. What makes it commissioned? Do I have to pay you? I have to pay you? Don't pay you. Okay. Wow, I got some free artwork, not even commissioned. All right. So I need to return an error here, right? I suppose it's as easy as doing that, although maybe that's how I get the span in here, right? Expected function to... Okay, I need to learn how to use a sin error. How do I make a sin error? Here. Oh, that's exactly what I want. I want a new spanned one, right? Creates an error with the specified message spanning the given syntax tree. Now, that's exactly what I want. This is a special kind of result. It's a result from the sin crate. So this error is a sin error from... so it's not the built-in result. It could be at the very top. I did a use sin everything. So maybe I shouldn't do that because it might be not obvious that this isn't the built-in result, but it's a sin result. Yeah, we're doing fancy stuff with macros, so this is not going to be run at runtime. It's going to be run at compile time. So yeah, I want to do a error new spanned, right? And it wants the tokens first, and then the message second. So the span is of the whole attribute, right? So can I just take attr span? I don't know what's in that span. Let me find out. Oh, wait. Maybe it's in this meta. No, it should be in this original attribute, right? Hold on, let me find it again. Attribute. You would think that there would be a span that marks this whole thing. Sin result is the default result, just realized for the error type filled in. Oh, okay, yeah. Thank you, Silmith. Silmith's right. It's the error type that's a different kind of error type. It's still the standard result. Yeah. See, that's how you just I need to learn. Lots of things re-export a result that's a result of a box dyn error or something. Yeah. Okay, I need to find out where to get the span from this. Would it be in this token stream? Possibly. It'd be cool if they had an example of it. Okay, how about token stream? If I can get a span from a token stream, that would be cool. Don't know if I can though. Time to learn how compilers work. I know in abstract terms how a compiler works. I've made my own compiler a couple times. But and I know that the span of input characters. So the span, in other words, when I say the word span, I mean like we want to know this range of characters, like literally the index into this file as a sequence of characters that contains this area, because the we're supposed to return we're supposed to indicate in the output so that the compiler can flag this exactly. We're supposed to indicate that that's where the error is, not our call to the macro, but inside of the thing where the macro is operating on. So this span, or this range of characters, is the attribute that we're parsing at that point here. I just don't know how to get that span out. Maybe it has to do with parse meta returns a meta. Maybe meta has it in there. I don't think so, though. Something tells me this doesn't have it. It might be in the original field. I need to read about spans here. Do they have a lookup for span? Hey there, Andoran. How are you doing today? The log on Twitch feature was 10 months ago. Yeah, it's a while ago. Where do I go to learn about how to get the span from a tree? Every token is parsed by sin associated with a span that checks the line column information of that token. These spans allow procedural macro to display. Okay, so there's an example of this below. Great. I'd like to see the example, please. Here we go. Spans and error reporting. Okay. Hold on. What? How do we get that? Do I need to keep going? Oh, and the heap size example. Okay, so we need to keep looking for that heap size example. Where is it? Hold on, what? I don't see. Maybe I should just stop jumping around. Here's an example of a derived macro. Yep, doing Rust macros today, Endurin. So specifically the workshop for procedural macros that David Tolnay made about a year and a half ago. What is a macro? It's not too hard to explain. There are, in general, two kinds of macros in Rust, and the one I'm working on today looks like this, where if you wanted to, say, implement the builder pattern, let me get a link to that. You don't know what the builder pattern is? I should just have this in a command, shouldn't I? The builder pattern. So builder pattern says that given a structure, we should be able to make another object called the builder, which can let us construct that structure one piece at a time. And then when we're ready, tell it to build it, and then that will generate an instance of the structure. So the idea about this kind of macro called a derived procedural macro is at compile time, we will run a procedure, a function, based off of this sequence of tokens, will emit extra code that will implement all of the requirements of that. So in addition to emitting the structure declaration itself, we're supposed to also generate a bunch of extra code. So here's the expansion of the macro. We have the original command structure, but we also emitted a builder of that command, and its implementation has setter functions for the individual fields of a command, and it has one big build function that outputs that command based off of what we have stored from the setters. So that's what a macro does. It's a procedure that at compile time turns a bunch of tokens into a bunch of other tokens. And then that's before the program is fully compiled. So the signature of the macro is right here. This is how we declare it. This word has to match what's put in the derived parentheses there. And we also have to list any supporting attributes like these ones. Have to be listed here. And then the signature of this function, again, this is at run at compile time, not runtime. And this input token stream will literally be the lexer output of this, so it'll be the tokenized form of the structure, and then we're supposed to emit what extra tokens in addition to those the compiler needs to compile. So we go through this rigmarole of using the sin and quote crates in Rust, so the libraries, in other words, to parse that input token stream as a composite data structure, and then we kind of walk the data structure to find the fields of the structure there, and then we figure out a bunch of code that we're going to emit, and then the outline of the code we're going to emit looks like this. So here's our builder, here's the implementation of the builder with the setters and the individual values we're setting, and then to make a builder, we add this builder function. And so that's the skeleton of the code that we see expanded out here. So this struct command builder with its fields is this thing right here. And these are all expansions based off of fragments of code that we constructed up here. So like An easy one, I guess, would be the values here. So if the value is an option, it's just name and then the type. If it's not an optional, then we add an option around it. So that's why in the emitted code, the string vector vector option became an option vector option, right? So the option stayed the same because it went through this arm of the code, but for all of these that are not already options, it turned them into options. So there you go. These are fragments of precompiled tokens that are emitted as the output of the macro down here. And then it gets when it gets expanded, and this is the final form that gets compiled. Never understood patterns? Yeah, they take a little bit of practice to figure out. A little bit of combination of reading about them and then just experimenting and going through workshops like this. Hey there, Romania Hate. How are you today? Also, hello to Plasma 5 zeros and JTRPK80917. Hello. Patas del Papa, hello. And I'm not sure how to say your name. Let's see if I can do it correctly. AWS, use a stone. Hello. Hardest part of patterns is restraint in using them all over the place. Hey there, Mars Raptor. I don't know if I've been very good at that. We have to use patterns here because these are special patterns called repetitions. We basically have to repeat for every field in the command structure. We need to have a storage for the value. We need to have a setter or a group of setters. We need to have the builders when we're actually constructing the command. And we have to have the initializers. One for every field, and we don't know how many fields there are until we iterate through them. And that's what each of these is doing. We are iterating through the fields here. You can see it's repeated. And if I could iterate the fields once and fill in the values setters in one go, I would, but I don't know how to do that yet. So this is the best as I can do. Okay, looks like we got some compiler errors, right? Because I was in the middle of this, right? I need to find out how to get the span of the attribute. And I'm looking at the documentation trying to understand how that's done. They just talk about that the API gives you control over where the error messages are displayed, but it doesn't say exactly how, unless I missed it. Let me go up back here. There is an example of this below, but I didn't see the example of it. Oh, it's just the example of the error messages. Okay, so we don't actually know how to get the span yet. I have no idea how to get it out. Maybe I'll just cheat and look at how John Who did it. At some point he needed to get a span out, right? So let me see how he did it. We need to look for where he's getting that attribute. I think it's right here. Make error T. Oh, you can just pass the token tree? I think. Oh. Okay, so just you give it the token tree and it turns it into a span. Okay, so then the token tree here would be what? I just need a comma there? Is that what it's telling me? No, it's more than that. Oh, I need to wrap this in a result. Oh, there we go. See the new Tokyo website? No, I haven't had time to look at it, Papadas. I've been super, super busy. I will get to that eventually, I'm sure. There's a clickable link in the doc, you think, for that example? Yeah, I think I figured it out. The what you pass to that is just whatever piece of the parsed thing, and then that kind of carries a span with it, right? So I just need to change how we use this has each attribute now. So at some point we can return an error, right? Oh no, I wanted to emit. Yeah, I want to emit special code for the case where it's an error. Might as well do it here, right? So, match this, and if it's okay, we're going to get... Can I handle this case, actually? Can I say okay sum here? Goes to one block of code, otherwise okay if anything else is an empty quote. And then an error. This pop-up is really annoying. That should go to, it was a quote. Actually, it doesn't look like I need parentheses. It's braces. Quote, error 2. What was it? I forget already. Like 2 compiler error or something? Error. Syn error. 2 compiler error. Right. 2 compile error. Like that, right? And then this would be the contents of that arm there. So I just need to pretty this up a little bit. Whoops. Undo. Oh. I needed to name this one each setter. Oh, maybe not. Oh, no, I do. That's what the match arm gets. Let each setter equal that. All right, and then this is the old code. We can get rid of it now. Delete. There we go. So we will admit a compiler error if we get an error there. Okay, so there's one other place where I use this each attribute. So I think I can just say if it's okay. Right? And then let's try that. Where's my cursor? Cargo test. Unused variable. Okay. Oh, I didn't get it right. So, let me expand the code and see what I did wrong. Let's expand that to a file called out. Oops. Keep misspelling that. Delete 71, delete 1. Okay, so we should have a file called out that I can look at. Alright, now what did I do wrong here? It's in the setter. We should have got that. We should have gotten a compile error where in here, right? In the setter. I don't actually see it. What did I do wrong? I did it wrong. Put a semicolon after the compiler error so it doesn't get returned from the quote. I didn't think I did that, but it's possible. It's telling me I did something wrong here. Unused, yeah. Is that what it... Really? No, there's something else going on here. I am using it. What am I doing wrong here? I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. I took the semicolon out. It should get returned out of the quote block, right? But it is telling me that it's unused. Error. Oh, I know what it is. I need to do compiler error and then emit that, right? So wouldn't it just be this? That would be it, right? Let's expand that. Okay, I'm still not seeing it. Oh, I know why. Because I'm using the wrong test. I need to do this with 8. Unrecognized attribute. And I did this in the setter, didn't I? Yes. I don't see it, though. Is that it? Oh, is expand not it's fully expanding it. Okay, so then this would actually work then, right? No. It doesn't even compile. Oh, right, it won't compile it because it, yeah, we can't compile it like that. It has to be compiled with, I forget the name of it, whatever the progress does with try build. Okay, cool. We got really close. Okay, the span is wrong. I need to get inside the attribute, not the complete attribute. We're close. Is that code fear code? Yes, it is. Hello, 01 world. How are you doing today? And glutamic 0, hello. Also, welcome to Twitch. All right, so really close. I just need to get the span of what's inside the attribute, not the entire attribute. All right. So the span I'm reporting inside here is not quite right. So it's not atter. Let's try meta then. See if I got it right. I'm just mostly just guessing at this point. Yep. Got it. All right. Cool. We got past step 7. Let's try to wrap it up with step 8. I mean, I got past step 8. Now let's try to wrap it up with step 9. This is called an off by 1 error. Only it's a human one. Okay, redefine prelude types. I have no idea what's going to require us to do, but let's see. Let's just run it and see what we get. Test-driven development says we'll fail before we pass. Wrong number of type arguments. Okay, let's read it. Does your macro still work if some of the standard library prelude item names mean something different in the caller's code? It may seem unreasonable to consider this case, but it does arise in practice, most commonly for result, where crates sometimes use result type alias with a single type parameter, which assumes their crate's error type. Such a type alias would break macro generate code that expects the result to have 2 type parameters. As another example, hyper used to define hyper OK as a re-export of hyperstatus status code OK, which is totally different from result OK. This caused problems when doing a use hyper star together with the macro generate code referring to OK. Generally, all macros designed to be used by other people should refer to every single thing in their expanded code through an absolute path. Okay, so I see. So we're not supposed to use those and assume a context. We're supposed to have a full path then. All right, that's easy enough. I just need to be more careful about what we emit, right? So let's see, what do we emit? What's in all the quoted blocks? What do we quote? Okay, here. So where is option? I actually don't even remember where option is. I gotta look it up. Option. It is standard option. Okay. Standard option. All right. Now what's next? Okay, here's a quoted block. So I need to say sum is part of what? Standard option option. Okay. Probably run into that again, right? With none. Okay, here's a sum. We had to do standard option sum. And didn't I have a none somewhere? Oh yeah, value initializers. Sum and none. Vec is standard vec, I think. Oh, it's just standard vec. Actually, it's both. Oh, the type itself is standard vec. Standard vec. All right, let's see if I got them all. Nope, I screwed it up. Cannot find option in crate standard. Really? Oh, okay, I messed that one up then. That's the name of the module. Okay, standard option. Okay, I did mess it up. So go back to the top, search for standard option. Okay. So it was just that first place I got wrong, right? All right, let's see. Nope. Okay, maybe I should expand it and see. So to expand it, I'll use that cargo toml trick. How is this? Is up arrow? Nope. I forget the shortcut to do multi-cursor there. Okay, 9. Redefined prelude types. Okay, so cargo expand step and to go to the output file. All right. Let's look for it. So we're looking for option, sum, none, result, and box. This is all the emitted code. Oh, that maybe? That result from build? Build. Where are you, build? Ah, right here. What is that is resultant again? Standard result. Okay, what else did I miss? Box. Standard boxed box. Standard boxed box. All right, and then what else did I miss? Ah, that might be it. Let's try it out. Yes, we did it. Thought memes, where you fix one problem and 9 arise from someone who does not know about programming until today. You want to learn Rust and you have to use a lib for a GUI. You ended up trying to fix it. Not going to say which, so no hate comes to them. I don't quite understand. Are you saying that you experienced the fixing one thing caused 9 problems to arise? Because using someone else's library, if it's not well reused and tested, could be an experience. All right, so yay, we passed all 9 tests. That only took me an hour to finish from here, these last 2. Not bad, huh? Not bad for someone who's new at Rust. Probably a good time for a break, but before I do that, let me see if I want to continue with this workshop. So if I go to the README, let's see what's next in the workshop. So we did, can I do that with preview? There we go. So we did the derive builder, custom debug, implements a derive. I want to do something different, not a derive macro, but something else. Function like macro, maybe? That might be fun. Hey there. Hi, Anakim Luke. That's why you write everything from scratch? Yeah, if you can't find a library someone's written to solve something, yeah, write it from scratch. Don't nearly understand how everything works. A GUI library is notoriously difficult to make too, right? And I don't know if you've seen it, but there is Are We GUI Yet? Are We GUI Yet? .com that kind of tracks the progress of how much has been done in the world of graphical user interfaces in Rust. So they have all kinds of stuff about crates that implement wrappers or full-fledged frameworks for GUIs. And looks like the roots aren't deep, but the seeds are planted. Stay in the loop. So I guess we're not there yet. That's where you found the lib. Gotcha. So anyone else who doesn't know where to look, that's where you would look. There's an Are We Game Yet as well, right? For game dev using Rust. Maybe after the break I'll do a function like macro. That'd be interesting. Let me read about it. This macro provides a syntax for stamping out sequentially indexed copies of an arbitrary chunk of code. For example, our application will require an enum with sequentially numbered variants like CPU 0 through 511. We'll note that the same sequence macro should work for any sort of compile time loop. There is nothing specific to omitting enum variants. A different caller might use it for generating expression like tuple 0 plus tuple 1 plus tuple 2, etc. Sequence n in some range, and then inside of that, we're emitting this. Oh, interesting. This project covers parsing custom syntax, low-level representation of token streams, constructing output source code. Okay. Probably your eyes are tired. Hey there, WP Nicking. Don't mention game dev. You had happily forgotten porting the Oculus SDK to Rust. Hey there, Void Rose. Yeah, so if you're just joining, I just finished the Builder procedural macro workshop, a part of the workshop. And this workshop is here. So I just finished it, got everything to pass, and now I'm going to, I think after the break, I'm going to move on to try to do a function like macro. So I'm going to take about a 3-minute break just to stand up and stretch. So I'll be right back. I'm back 6 seconds early. All right. I'm wondering if I should change this current task then to say something more specific. So, learning Rust procedural macros function like. How about we say learning Rust function like? Procedural macros. Yeah. Okay. So I guess we'll close everything. Close builder, and we're going into SEQ. Let's look at the tests, okay? All right. Step 1. This test looks for a function-like macro with the right name to exist. For now, the test doesn't require any specific code to be generated, so returning an empty token stream should be sufficient before moving on to the next. You want some code in your implementation to handle the parsing. Handle parsing the first few tokens of input. The macro should expect the input to contain an identifier, a token in, a literal int, a token dot dot. Oh, token, the in token, the keyword in. So identifier in, integer dot dot integer. It's also possible to implement this project without using syn if you'd like, though you will end up writing more code, more tedious code, more explicit error handling than using the syn as a parsing library. Got it. Okay, so they just need this to parse correctly. Got it. Okay, so it's a function-like macro because it looks almost like a declarative macro. You call it like a function, only in this case it's outside of a function. Where's our placeholder source? Here it is. Okay, so we're going to want to use everything from syn, at least, right? And then, so our cargo toml has to include syn just like our builder did. And do I need the extra traits? I don't know. We'll pull it in, why not? Actually, let's not. Can I leave this empty just in case I want to add it back? I think I can. All right, and then that's interesting. Shouldn't it have updated that? CD to seek cargo test. Do I need to reload Rust Analyzer or something? Oh, wait. This is just saying I don't use it. Okay, never mind. All right, so instead of the unimplemented, I suppose we want to just do the same thing that we did in the builder, which is to do a derive input, I'm guessing. I don't know. And then we're generating a token, so let's just do a, just use a quote macro, I guess then. So in addition to seek, we'll use quote. And then do quote empty. And then for that, I need to use quote everything, right? I think. Yes. What error is that, though? Oh, I have to do like a dot into, right? Let... what did I call it in the other one? I called it something, gen or something? Yeah, gen equals that, and then gen dot into. Yes, okay, so then we're not actually using AST yet. Oh, I didn't enable that first test, did I? I need to enable it. There we go. Parse that header. Failed. Proc macro panicked. Called unwrap on an error. Expected one of struct enum union. Oh, okay. Is it this line that's giving me trouble? Yeah, okay. So I'm not supposed to do that, apparently. Oh, so I don't use derive input. Okay, that's the problem. For derive, it's expecting it to be deriving code from a structure or something, right? Where does it say that exactly? I need to run it again to see it. Yeah, expects a struct enum or union because it's a derive input. So I need to look it up and see what else can I use other than derive input. Parse from syn. Let's read from the top. So cursor type, okay. I didn't even know you had, there's a parse macro input. For what? Once a parse impl has been defined. We define data structures for a subset of the Rust syntax that provide implementations of parse trait to parse these syntax tree data structures from a token stream. Oh. Well, that's cool. More advanced than I know how to do yet. Yeah. So you can define how to parse a certain bit of syntax if we want. Okay. Let me just go into the module parse. That's where we are. And where's the function though? This one. Okay. All right, so this preserves the span. Okay, so there's a parse 2 if we started with a proc macro 2 token stream. That's fine. But what do we want out of this? Depends on what we're parsing, right? Can I see the... parse, that's it. That's what I want to find, right? I want to see what the implementations of parse are, right? Wait, what? Should I see a derive in? Okay, let's just look at derive input. What the heck is it? Right, there's an implementation of it. It's in syn. So it would be under structs, right? Okay, so is there one for a function like macro? Data unit, data struct, data enum. There's a new team Rust Stations on Twitch? Yes, there is. I'm a member of it now. I got invited to it. Hey there, Rust compiler. Yeah, it's twitch.tv/team. Rustations. And you can see who are the Twitch streamers out there who like to stream Rust stuff. So you'll see me and Dev right now. And everyone that I know who also streams Rust stuff, like Mr. Halsey, John Who. You know, Musean's not in that list. Should we, like, urge Musean to join the team too? Maybe. Yeah, but there you go. There's that team. I see teams as primarily just a means for viewers who are interested in a certain subject to kind of browse who else is streaming that subject. But larger teams have other perks, like the live coders team I'm on has a Discord with a lot of support from fellow streamers who do similar things. So, and teams always have application process. So if you feel like you stream the similar content that a team does, you can ask to join them and get part of a larger community of streamers. All right, I'm kind of lost, so I'm not sure what to do other than maybe take a look at the Rust book. They probably talk about function macros, and I can get a start. So that is a Rust up doc. Rust up doc. And go to the book. And then we're going to look at the advanced macros section and read about function-like macros. Hopefully they have a little bit of information about it. Procedural macros generate and code from attributes. How to write a custom derived macro. Attribute-like macros. Function-like macros. Here we go. Back onto Rust today. Yep. We're on the Rust track today. Oh, I'm trying to finish up enough of the procedural macro workshop for Rust that I at least know something about a few different kinds of macros. And then I feel like my introduction to Rust has been well-rounded. Because that's basically it for the Rust book, right? This is the last feature they talked about in the book was macros under advanced features. I think I've covered everything else. I haven't really delved into unsafe Rust too much, mostly because I want to avoid using it. Yeah. And the macro language and syntax was so different from everything else in Rust, I felt like I needed to dedicate some amount of time to it. Function-like macros, they derive macros that look like function calls, similar to macro rules macros, the declarative macros. They're more flexible in functions. They can take an unknown number of arguments. These ones are, the declarative macros are defined only using a match-like syntax, right? Function-like macros take a token stream, and their definition manipulates that stream using Rust code, as the other two types of procedural macros do. An example is one that looks like that. Yes, this macro would parse the SQL statement inside it and check that it's syntactically correct, which is much more complex than a declarative macro can do. It would be defined like this. It's similar to the custom-derived macro signature. We receive the tokens that are inside the parentheses, return the code we want to generate. Okay, that's not a whole lot of information. That was just a really, really brief intro, wasn't it? Unsafe is a lot of knowledge. Variance is in the Nomicon. We find it useful to understand lifetimes. That's right. I was going to look up variance. So by looking at variance, it'll lead me towards unsafe in the Rustonomicon. Sounds fun. That's on my list of things to do because you said it helped you understand lifetimes before. And that's one of my weaknesses is understanding Rust lifetimes. So I guess I'll end up reading about unsafe when I look at variance. Okay, so the Rust book is not going to really help much. I'm going to cheat again and look at, just to get some leads, I'm going to look at John Who's solution for Seek. Hopefully he actually worked on it. So let's look. Proc macro hack? Proc macro hack. Why did he end up making another crate to do it? Hey, Radon 90. 14 months? 14 months? That's a lot of months. Thank you for your support, Radon 90. I appreciate it. Rip Adams emotes. Yeah, well, you still have a few. You could reverse my EJ emote, and then it becomes Adam emote. Adam, EJ. Or I've also gotten Adam's permission to use the pass and fail emotes. So there you go. Those have been preserved. Okay, I'm interested to see why did he end up going from one macro to one crate to another. Are we in the right place? What's this? Why is he using a derive? Okay, what do I... thank you for the follow, by the way. Eventually, okay, we need a proc macro. We need to look for that, right? Oh, wait, hold on. The proc macro was in the original here, right? Thank you for that follow. But what's hack? Proc macro hack? I don't know what he's doing. Hey there, Sirax 856. How are you today? And of course, Radon 90. I have no idea what John's doing with this hack. But I really, the only one lead I'm looking for is how does he parse the tokens? Oh. So you can call parse multiple times? Oh, because it's a stream. So every time you parse, it's going to get one more. Okay. Yeah, I'm doing Rust today. You might ask, why Rust? And what's wrong with my bot? What's wrong with it? Is it down again? My bot is having trouble today, apparently. I guess we'll have it leave chat and then enter chat again. I don't know what else to do. Wait for my bot to come back. And then we'll ask the question again. Why Rust? Okay, bot, why Rust? Because many viewers have asked me what I think about it, yeah. So, I've been learning Rust over the last 2 months because a lot of viewers have suggested that I look into it. And what I've seen so far, I really like about it. So, why I like it? It's very challenging to learn. I like difficult puzzles. But once I learned enough about it and got some experience in it, I kind of realized that it tends to guide you towards making a good design. And then once you get your stuff to compile, usually it just works. So it's a struggle to get Rust programs to compile and work because the syntax is very challenging. But once you get it, it just works most of the time. And my order of catching bugs says we prefer to catch bugs before we even write them or doing compilation. This is where I'm finding most of my bugs in Rust versus in C++ and other languages. I've gotten used to not being able to catch a lot of bugs until we do testing, unit testing. So that's one thing I really like about Rust is that it's forcing me to catch a lot of mistakes a lot earlier. So that's one of the reasons I've been learning it. So today we're learning about procedural macros, which is a pretty advanced topic. It's like I shouldn't have closed it, but let's just look it up. If you look at the Rust book, and you go all the way down to the advanced section, advanced features. The last advanced feature is macros. So I've been looking at this the last few streams just to dip my feet in it, to know enough about it so I can read the syntax. Maybe not use it too much, but at least get some exposure to it. And we found this procedural macros workshop made by the author of 2 of the most commonly used Rust libraries out there for doing macros. And it's kind of sort of like a coding challenge where you're given a bunch of tests and they get harder and harder to pass. But once you get all the tests to pass, then you've implemented a certain kind of macro. So in this case, it's a macro that will be like a function-like macro, which they talk about in their README here. Let's do a open preview of that. And we're talking about the function-like macro. So our goal is to make a macro that looks like this, where we make an enum which has 512 fields in it. So rather than having to type out 512 versions of CPU 0, 1, 2, 3, the macro will like expand it for us. That's one of the things macros are good at, is handling all the boring, tedious, repetitive stuff for you. The trick is to write a function that'll be used at compile time by the compiler to take this sequence of tokens and then emit the correct output. Basically, walking in through this range of 0 to 512 and then generating these, right? So, what's my first main language? I'm coming from a C++ background. So, do I have a languages command? Yes. I usually code in C++, Lua, Python, and JavaScript, but I'm also learning Rust. And most of the time in my career using C++, it was pre-C++ 11. So it was like C++ 11 I've only known for the last 3 or 4 or 5 years. So actually, occasionally I ask myself, do I bother learning C++ 17, C++ 20, or do I just switch to Rust? More and more these days I'm thinking, why not just switch to Rust? There's nothing for me in C++ that is not in Rust so far that I've seen. I've seen everything that I've needed or wanted in C++ I've found in Rust. Rust is that mature already. Except perhaps GUI libraries, but I've moved away from C++ for GUI libraries. I use C# for that on Windows, or I use web-based stuff if I want to be cross-platform. Anyway, enough digression. Let's try to understand what I need to do here. I think I don't want to parse it as a tree at all, right? Looking at John Hu's solution, it looks like I just want to parse the tokens out of it individually. So, right, looks like there's a parse method for any kind of construct I might need. So if their readme, sorry, not the readme, the step 1 documentation says we'll want a synident token literal integer dot literal integer, then that's what we should try to look for, right? So let I guess it's the loop variable, loop var. I'll call it loop var, even though it's technically not, right? It's going to be a syn. Okay, we're including everything from syn already, so I can just say ident, right? Ident parse. There's no parse? Thought I could do that. There's no parse? So how did John Hu do it? Did he pull in something else that I don't know about? Oh. Syn parse. Interesting. Okay. Didn't know we had that. Syn parse. Okay, cool. And then this needs to be a parse buffer. Oh, that's a token stream needs to be turned into a parse stream. How did he do that? I don't know. There's a lot of stuff here I don't recognize. But I do see token stream here. I'm looking for the magic sauce to go from a token stream to a parse stream. Maybe I just need to look it up in documentation. So parse stream. How do we get a parse stream from a token stream? See the methods of this type under the documentation of parse buffer. Okay. Parse buffer. Cursor position within a buffer token stream. This type is more commonly used through the type alias parse stream, which is an alias for parse buffer. Okay. There's no public way to construct. Instead, if you're looking to invoke a parser function that requires a stream as input, you need to go through one of the public parsing entry points. Parse macro input macro of parsing of a procedural macro. One of the parse functions, or a method of the parser trait. Okay, they have an example here. Okay, yeah, I saw this before where they make a structure and they implement parse for it. I don't want to do that though. Hmm. What are the parse methods? Okay. Synparse2, synparse string. Function serves an entry point for... Okay, this doesn't need to be so wide anymore. Can return any syntax tree node that implements the parse trait. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Why are they cloning the input? Probably because they can call it 3 times. So I thought I was doing that here, but this needed a parse stream, not tokens. Module's only available if it's built with the parsing feature, but that's default, right? It's default on. Maybe I do need to clone it to get a cursor. I don't quite get that. How do I get from a token stream to a parse stream? Hey, you know what I feel like doing? I feel like just looking up Rust parse stream from token stream. You would think that Stack Overflow would have a better set of hits. Yeah, this isn't leading me anywhere. Nope. How about how to get... Is that what I need? Parse macro input? Parse macro input. And then the way they use it is... no, that... Yeah, tokens. Input as ident. Okay, but then I get an identifier, but I... Okay, I need to look up what that... Let me look at that up here. Parse macro input. Parse the input token stream and the macro triggering compiler of the tokens failed to parse. Must be called from a function that returns a token stream. Yes. Got it. It spans to something like match synth parse type variable. Oh, yeah, but I can't call it more than once, right? That doesn't go anywhere. How come clicking that doesn't work? Okay, let me try to see. Can I get the? Can I just continue to use the input? I don't know if it's going to let me do that though. Let's see if it does. So after the input, what comes after the identifier? Okay, we get a literal token. So how do we do that? So in token. Do I just call this again? Input as token. How does that work? Oh. So it's a token in? No. All right. Look up the documentation for token. Sealed and completely implemented. Okay. Is it just in the list here then? In? So do I just say in? No. Token in, input in? How do I refer to that? Send token in. Okay, I don't get it. Send token in. Okay, just use the how do I use the token macro? Okay, maybe John used it. I kind of grasping at straws here. Token. Aha. Ooh. It's in brackets. Okay, I almost had it then. I had parentheses, right? I had that, but it needs to be in brackets instead for some reason. Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe my problem is somewhere else. Oh, okay. Yeah, I moved. Okay, this consumes the input, so this isn't going to work. I think the key is I need to figure out how to turn this token stream into a parse stream. And I don't know how to do that. Is this it? You actually have to make a structure which does it? Okay. All right. So we make a structure and we say parse this input stream as that structure, and then that structure we have to implement how we parse it, and there we're given a parse stream. Okay, I see. So I would have some kind of struct sequence, and then impl parse for sequence. And then there is like a special like implement missing members. There we go. I like it when there's a wizard. So then I'm going to do that, and then what to call this sequence? Okay, and then here we're going to do let I should have just copied this. I need these two on my clipboard, then redo, paste. All right, and then I don't use parse macro input. I just use this was ident parse input. And then that can fail, right? And then this one is token in. And then there's some kind of weird syntax to make that work, right? Like that. Like that. Okay, and then at the end we have to generate something. What do we do? Oh, we generate our own structure. So, okay. In this case, I don't have anything yet, so it's just sequence empty. All right. And then they said while we're at it to make sure we parse all of those. So literal integer, okay, I can do this. The token here was the ... right? And these actually don't even need to have names. Well, let's give them names. Range delimiter. So this is range start, range end. And then these two are not tokens, they are literals. So lit int, right? Okay then. Don't really need names for them, so let's just leave the names off for now. Just make sure that this parses. Okay, so cargo test. Failed, why? Unexpected token. Oh, right. So it got all the way to there and didn't know what to do. So how do we say that the rest is good then? I don't know. Let's see what John does. Looks like he parses the rest of it. Oh, do I just... Okay. I can just pass... Okay, got it. I can just consume the rest of the tokens. Let rest equal... What's the type? Proc macro 2 token stream. So I can just say token stream. Parse. Input. He used one from proc macro 2. I don't know if I need to do that or not. That is from where? From a different crate? How do we get that? I suppose it's in his crate, his cargo toml file, right? Yeah, okay. Let's pull in the crate, the cargo toml. We type token stream instead of stream. I was just assuming that I needed to do the same thing that John did, where it looked like he just pulled in the rest as a token stream. To parse it as some sequence, a token tree, right? So I could be wrong. I'm kind of guessing here. Parse. How come I can't hold these names in my head long enough? It's proc macro 2. All right. Is that going to work? No package named that. Okay, what did I get wrong here? Proc dash, not underscore. There we go. Find token stream in proc macro 2. Really? I don't get it. Is it? At 1.0, let's look. What am I doing? Why am I at Bing? lib.rs, please. Proc macro 2. Yeah, you're right. It's at 1.0. While we're here, let me look at the documentation. So, actually, I could just use proc macro input. Oh no, I can't. Or can I? No, okay, at that level I can't. Because I already did that at the outermost level here. Oh, Steam, not stream. Duh. There's no parse for... What? What? Totally cheating. Oh, he had to pass a reference. What's content? What? Oh, I have to say parse it as what, right? Or is there no token stream? Parse. No parse for token stream, but it showed that it had it. Oh, and then I had from. Okay, but anyway, I'm on the wrong I'm on an older version. Let's move to 1.0. Hey there, Jedi Potato. Okay, so that I just needed to bump up to 1.0 and now we have parse. Interesting. Okay, so cargo test. Howdy. Yeah, so I'm kind of fumbling around with this. I did get it to parse just now. Mostly because I kind of cheated and looked at John Hu's solution to this, because there's no really there's not much of a guide for this workshop. It just says that you'll want to do this, but it doesn't actually say how. They give some hints about this, that you'll want to use syn parse, and here's an example of one that's implemented. Okay, I guess that's what we should have done, is looked at that. Maybe that's what John did, I don't know. Maybe, or either that or John already knows how to do it. Okay, do I look here? Or do I just look at the README first? Library implements that macro, compile and run it, shows how to trigger custom errors. Okay, so the example probably shows how to trigger it, right? Yeah, like that. Okay, so then the implementation would be here. Right. So, yeah, so that's what I'm doing. So, cool. So we have to make a structure that implements parse, and then we'll get a parse stream. If we use parse macro input, take our input and cast it to the structure type. Because of, I'm guessing that's because of a blanket implementation, that once we implement parse, we're able to convert a token stream into it with the parse macro input, and then we get out the structure itself with whatever we chose to put in it. Sounds cool to me. And then, so this is fully parsed. They didn't end with just getting a generic token tree like I did. So when I'm done, I'll be doing something like that, right? But I think I'm doing it the same way, right? So far, so good. We parse individual things with early returns. You know, this is slightly different. Okay, so we could use the turbofish syntax instead of that. So I could have said let, hold on, cancel that line. I could have said input.parse turbofish ident if I wanted to. I kind of like the turbofish. Maybe we'll use the turbo. That's not right. I can't say that. What's wrong here? What do you not like about input.parse? Oh, I need to have parentheses somewhere. Yes, parentheses would be a good thing. All right, so I could do it that way. Actually, which way do you guys prefer? Turbofish style? Actually, this is also a turbofish, or is it a reverse turbofish? This maybe is better because we're first saying what we want. Or if you read it right to left, well, actually, okay, yeah, the difference is, do you care reading left to right or right to left? That's what the real difference is there, right? Hey there, Mr. Muffles. Mr. Muffles, do you prefer reading code left to right or right to left? Because I could do it either way here. You can either say input, parse as identifier, or you can say input, parse as token, like, or get a token by parsing the input, I guess is another way to read it. I think I will go with this style instead. That we're going to say what we want and say get it by parsing the input. Or you can read it right to left and say input, parse, identifier. Your brain defaults to left. Yeah. This also doesn't require a turbofish, whereas the other way did, right? Do I still have that? No, I don't have that anymore. Let me isolate the two so I can compare them side by side. So it was input.parse turbofish ident. I keep hitting the wrong key. Stop doing that. Raimu's hands. There we go. So that's the turbofish left to right, I guess, way you could say it, and this is the right to left way. This one doesn't require a turbofish. Maybe it's easier to see. I don't know. Let's just go with that. All right. Anyway, we're just at the beginning of trying to pass the set of tests set up for us to try to learn how to, or exercise our knowledge, which is very small, on how to make a function-like macro in Rust, a function-like procedural macro. So something like this, where, well, actually the README talks about it better, right? That if you wanted like an enum with 512 different options that all started with CPUs, like CPU 0, CPU 1, CPU 2, and you were lazy and you didn't want to type them all out, then we're conceiving of a macro. That's what this SEQ exclamation point means. A macro that we can say sort of like, kind of like pseudocode, saying for every n between 0 and 512, make one of the, one of these inside of an enum declaration. So that's what we're trying to build right now. And the first step is to just get this to parse with nothing in that block. And so the implementation of that so far is, this is where we implement the macro. So this kind of looks like what I had yesterday too. In general, a procedural macro is some kind of statement saying that this is a macro. So this varies between the type of macro, right? The other macro we had was a define macro, proc macro, or derive macro, proc macro derive. Today it's just proc macro, but it's the same function signature. It's a function that takes a token stream as input, gives you a token stream as output. Same thing, right? Only with this builder macro, we parse the whole input as a big syntax tree. Now we're going to use a macro. I'm using the word macro many times here, right? A macro inside of a macro to take the input and turn it into a parse stream to parse the input as something custom. So our custom thing has no value to it yet, but we're going to add to this in a bit. The in order for this macro to work, we have to define a structure type to represent the thing we're parsing, and then when we implement the parse trait for that, then we're providing a function that takes a parse stream as input instead of a token stream, and that allows us to do these individual parse functions on the different kinds of things that could be in the input. So if the input here is an identifier and then a keyword and then a literal integer, 2 dots and then another literal integer, that corresponds to this block here, right? Identifier, the in token, a literal integer, a dot dot, another literal integer. So if any of these are wrong, like if this was like 4 instead of int, instead of in, then we should get a syntax error about it being expected to be in, and expected in for the 4, right? So that's how that works. So this is mostly right now just verifying the symbols are correct, and then we can we'll have to make use of these actual literals, because that's how many times we're going to be generating the body, right? So that's probably what they're going to ask me to do in step 2. So let's get to it. Step 2, parse body. There we go. So we'll pass 1 and fail on 2. Actually, we passed it, but with a warning. Unused macro definition. Expand to nothing. Interesting. Oh, they want us to expand it. All right, I get it. I get it. The macro invocation in the previous test contained an empty loop body. In reality, we want for the macro to accept arbitrary tokens. The callers should be free to write whatever they want inside the braces. Thus, the macro won't care about whether they write a statement or function or a struct or whatever else. We will work with the loop body as a token stream rather than a syntax tree. Before moving on, ensure that the implementation knows what has been written inside the curly braces as a value of type token stream. So we're already doing that. That's why we were able to pass the test, but we actually didn't expand the token, so we got a warning that we weren't using it. So suppose that means we need to figure out how to make it expand. I don't know how to do that. Yeah, it says it wasn't used. It didn't use that, but then we did use it here. It probably has to do with how I'm doing that, right? Oh, I remember seeing something in John's code about an expand. Is that what I'm missing? Let me see. Not here, but in actually, I guess we could look here. Is there an expand step anywhere here? Not really. I don't see anything about expanding anything. Is there the word expand? Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna look at John's solution. I'm trying to expand. How are you doing, Jacob? So yeah, go back. So what step 2 is asking me to do is actually expand that inner macro. We're not doing it yet. That's why we're getting a warning that it's unused. So I need to figure out how to do that, and I'm going to cheat by looking at John's solution. So I still don't know why he used this hack, but I'm essentially doing this. So it's going to go into the parse for this structure. Where is it? I don't even see it. Seek macro input. Oh, here it is. I don't know what braced does. Is that just make... It just expects a bracketed somethings? I guess I can try that. That we expect the body to be braces. Yeah, alright. We'll do the same thing and see if what that gets us. So instead of parsing it as... parsing that, we'll say content equal... they call it braced, right? Braced. And then it wants me to say what the content is. Content in input? I don't understand that at all. Maybe I should look at the manual. Braced. Parse a set of curly braces and expose their content to subsequent parsers. Oh, so it's a declarative macro, so it wants me to put an identifier and then the keyword in and then some kind of expression. And the identifier, I guess, is... Actually, what is the identifier here? Oh, hold on. The way he used it was... You get the braces out, and that identifier matches where you put the content. Okay, so it's let content and then let braces equal braced content in input. Right? Okay, and then there's no early return there. So there's no question mark there. Okay, and then okay, thank you for the follow, by the way. Okay, so that gets us content as like what? A parse buffer. Got it. So then we're parsing the content here. So let's actually just rename it, since we're actually using it now. It's content. Okay, let's see what that gets me. It's still not expanding the macro, though. That worries me. Shouldn't it expand it if we're parsing the content? Wouldn't John get the same warning? I mean, I'm doing exactly the same thing. Unless there's another step I'm missing. There is this expand. I don't know what that is, though. And it is cloning that TT that he grabbed from the content, so maybe that's the trick. I need to do that, maybe. Oh, right. We're parsing it, but we're not doing anything with it. When we do something with it, when we expand it, then the compiler will expand it. So, okay. So to get rid of that warning, I guess what would I do? I guess we're gonna have that warning for a while until we actually return something. Right now, I'm not returning anything. Okay, but if I wanted to, I could put the content this. We'll call it body. I could put that into this sequence, right? So this is a body is a token stream. This is body. Is this not a token stream? It is a token stream. Why didn't it like this then? Oh, it's a different kind of token stream. Interesting. Okay. It's a proc macro 2 token stream. All right. And then if I wanted to, I could put this in here, right? Sequence dot body. Is it going to let me do that? Oh, right. I can't do that. Shoot. I need to actually get it out of there. So, let body equals refer to sequence body. And then this is body. So now it probably is going to break, but at least I won't get that warning, right? Yeah, so it's expanding the expand to nothing, but giving it junk. Why is it giving it n, though? It shouldn't have given it n. Oh, it does give it n. Oh, cool. All right. So n doesn't mean anything unless I fill something in for that, right? Okay, I'm getting there. So to make it pass, what do we need it to do? Just give it something? Give it a literal. I need to give it some literal. How about we give it 0? Or does n need to be 0? Let's see what this does. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work. Oh, okay. Yes. I can't do that. This will be the entire input there, right? Okay. It's more work then. Let's see what John does with it. So, he has his token tree, right? What does he do with that? Okay. This is just a trick to expand, to clone and expand that body when we're asked to produce a token stream from it. That's just syntactic sugar, right? So then, where is expand? Here it is. Oh, yeah, so this is the extra work you have to do. So that's the body, right? So he clones it again. Why is he cloning it so many times? Replace sequence. I have no idea what that means. Expand pass. What is that doing? Making a new token stream. And then looping through it and calling extend. Oh, extend is just adding to the token stream, right? So extend it with expand 2. What is expand 2 doing? This is for every token, right? Aha. So here's where he's like mucking with whatever's passed into the body. Right. If this is where it's matching the n, I think. If it's the n, then we're going to replace it with a certain literal. Okay, I got it. Oh, did I drop some frames there? It says I dropped 53 frames now. This is scary that we're going to have to maybe do multiple passes of this. Okay. before I continue looking at that, let me look at this simpler example. What I do when work raves time is up, I take a break, like a 3-minute break. It's just to remind me when to take breaks. So I get up, stretch, walk around, talk to the kids a little bit, see what Mrs. Reimer's doing, if she's not on the phone at work, that kind of thing. Not yet, Mr. Muffles. I don't have a place to see all the commands. That's on my list of things to do. Is to make like a web page, static or generated, one of the two, where I list all my commands that are intended to be used a lot. I'm just trying to grok this stuff. Okay, so he gets what he needs, and then pick a creative name if it was foo. All right, these are examples of how to do an error, a warning, how to do an error. So you just emit an error? Huh, okay. But when you emit an error, you then return an empty token stream. I got it. Okay, so spanned. Assert that a static type implements sync. How does this become an assert? Just quote spanned does an assert? Or is this just emitting code that would cause an error if it didn't? Yeah, I think this is just saying that that this type has to implement this. Yeah, so this is like a phantom type or something, a type we're not going to use. It's just specifying that this constraint has to apply. The type has to be thread safe. All right. Okay, yeah. So we can quote whatever we want in the output. So given that body, I think what John Hu is doing is he's going through the body and like looking at every symbol and replacing things. So if we would do the same, we in the body here, I could look at each token here. So there'll be what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tokens, and we could just see if one of them is an identifier and it is the same identifier that we parsed before. We can just replace it with a literal, and that would be enough to get this test to pass without any warnings. So then I want to do like a replacement here, right? And then let me compare with what I did before for a repetition. Yeah, so it's that, right? And then I need to turn this into an iterator. So this dot, can I iterate a token stream? It doesn't look like I can. There's no iter. There's into iter. I guess we can do that. And then what can we do with that map? Sure. Map token to if we did that, it's a no op, right? Make sure that didn't break anything. We should still get the same thing. Yes. All right. So then we can say if let ident. I don't know. I need a name here. Name equal token. Else token. Is a token tree not, is an ident not a token tree? Okay. Let's cheat again. Look at what John Who does. How does he look at token trees? Oh, proc macro 2 token tree ident. All right. Token tree ident. All right, that got me a little bit further. So this name is the ident. Oh, okay, then I could put ident and then no, that's exactly what I want. I want to say how do you further qualify it? I do it with another if, right? If ident equals, and then I need to store the original identifier, right? Is it just ident? I think it is. And then this is the ident. Oops, ident, please. Right? And then I can see if it is equal to sequence ident. I thought that's the syntax for it. Am I wrong? Oh, no, it's inside of here, right? I forget how to do those conditions. Maybe it's only with match. Let's try match. Match token. And then the arm is, whoops. That, if that, then the block, and then everything else yields the token. Go away, pop-up windows. I really don't like that. That looks a little bit better. Maybe with the arrow here. Is that now not how you do that? I thought that's the syntax, but maybe I'm wrong. So what's the problem here? Oh, can't. Okay, use of moved value. So I have to do what? Wait a minute, what? I can't. Why can't I move that? Clippy, come to my rescue. Value moved there. I need to do a reference, right? No. I need to do a reference here. I can't equate these. Why? I can if, I can if I do a dereference, right? Now what's the problem? Borrow of moved value. Move occurs because body has type, which does, okay, so I move the body. Okay, then do I do that? What am I moving out here? Oh, is that why he does a clone? To avoid this problem where you can't iterate it in place? I guess. John Who did the same thing, right? He, when he did the expand, he first cloned it. Where was that? And the expand. Yeah, he cloned the stream to give it to pass. Because he had to turn it into an iterator and iterate it. And I'm doing the same thing, so I have to clone it, otherwise we're moving out of something. It's too bad you can't iterate it in place. That's kind of weird that we can't. Anyway, do I even need that? It's all automatic. I guess I do need that. But I can do it the other way. I can say dereference ident compare. There we go. And then that should not have messed anything up. Right, now we can replace it with something like, give me a literal, I guess. Lit int new 0. And this, can I turn the original span into that? So like, ident, can I do that? How do I get the span? Do I do, into? That is gonna steal it though. How do I get a span from an identifier? Or maybe just use a token here. How do I get a span from a token tree? I thought that the token tree would retain it. Do I have to do to span? Oh, there we go, span. There we go. Now what's different here? This gives me a literal and this was a token. So I need to turn the literal into a token tree. So I'm guessing what I need to do is say it's one of these. Literal, and then put that in there. Except for it's not the right type. Okay, so I actually need to make a proc2 literal, not a lit int. Okay. Proc macro2 literal. Wait a minute. That's not right. What is a literal? Literal. It's a structure. How do I make one of those? What's the type exactly? It's proc macro2 literal. And how do I make one? New? I can't make a new one. Oh, I see. How about unsuffixed I32? Zero? Now where do I attach the span? Can I not attach the span to it? Oh, that'll work. I just needed to get this to parse. Nope. What did it do? It still put the token in place. It's supposed to have put that one in place. Well, that's unfortunate. Can I do an expansion to see that? I can if I update the cargo to make another test. Name, we'll call it step again, and path is test 02 dash, what is it? Parse dash body.rs. And then I can do a cargo expand test step. Go to the output file, please. Why is it taking so long to do? Linking, compiling. I don't know why it's taking so long to run. Anyway, let's look at the output file it made. And let's call it Rust. Okay. I was hoping to see more. Yeah, there's nothing there in between there and the main. Well, there's that. These three lines were emitted. I guess we can't use expand to see if there's a problem in a macro. No rules expected the token n. That's different, isn't it? Oh no, it is the same. It's just the literal didn't get replaced. Where am I? Here I am. The identifier didn't get replaced with a literal. If we had a literal there, it would be fine. Actually, let's just test that. If I put a 0 there, it should just work, right? Yeah. So that n is not being replaced by a literal like my code is supposed to do. So what's going on? It could be that this body isn't being set right. It's supposed to have the content in that braced list. What if can I debug here? And see it? Let me turn off this test here. What was that key that, let me look it up. So that's, cursor, Control Alt down arrow. Control Alt down arrow. There we go. And then, just run it. And then we should get, here we go. Oh, it's a group. Okay, so it doesn't see the identifier because it doesn't see n because it saw a group, and inside the group is the n. That's why John Who had that group, right? He has group here. And he calls expand pass with that group. Huh. So there's like there's some recursion here. So I need to do the same thing? So I guess that means I need to make this into a function that if it sees a group, it has to recurse. All right. Let's do it, I guess. So let's make a function called, well, it could be in parse, in a sequence, to benefit from that, from having the, actually it doesn't even need, no, it does, it needs the identifier. All right, so, function expand, I guess we'll call it, and it's going to take self borrowed and the input stream. So that's one of these. So input is, and we're going to consume it, right? So it has to be by value. And we are returning another stream, I believe. All right, and then that's going to have this stuff in here, and then we don't need to clone it anymore. We're just going to take the input and turn it into an iterator and then map it. And then, what am I missing here? Sequence becomes self. Okay, what did I get wrong here? Expected token stream found. Okay, I need to quote that, don't I? How does this work? I put that in the whole thing into a quote macro, I believe, right? Is that going to give me the right type? I think so. Yeah. So then I can just say that body equals sequence.expand sequence.body.clone. Right? Whoops. That pop-up window gets in my way sometimes, and I find it very annoying. That's a token. Oh wait, it can't be a token stream. Or can it? If we quote an iterator, does that unfold it for me? So then I don't need it to be a repetition then, right? I can just do that. Or really, I don't even need to do that. I can just say that, I can just say body into. And why even mess with names? Why don't we just say expand into and be done with it? There we go. So then, why am I getting a warning here? Unused, but I'm using it right. Oh, I'm not. Okay, that's a problem. I need to make this. Okay, I need to do what I was doing out there. I need to quote. I need to move that quote down to here. And this needs to have a repetition in it, right? So, tokens, I guess. And then this is let tokens equal. All right. Now, that should not have changed anything significant. Let's just still get to here where we pass step 1. Oh, that's interesting. Do I still have a debug in there somewhere? I do. Why is that empty, though? Oh, because that was step 1. Okay, step 2, we see that expansion. Okay, so then we're good. I'm going to take that debug out, because I don't need to see it anymore. I only needed it to see that it's a group, because we need to recurse into the group, right? I need to basically expand this token inner token stream. So proc macro to token tree group expands to proc macro to group. Do I do new, I guess? And then, okay, the delimiter is group dot delimiter. And the stream is the expanded stream, right? Isn't there something else besides that? There's a span. How do we get the span copied over? The constructor set the span for this group to call site. To change the span, you can use the set span. Okay, so I can do like dot set span to be the span of the original group, right? Group dot span. Same span. Okay, and then the stream is going to be self dot expand group dots. Group dot what? Group dot stream, right? There we go. Okay, but what's wrong here? They're incompatible. Did I make these not the right? Oh, they have to be token trees. A group is not a token tree. How do I make a group into a token tree? Do I say, oh, I need to wrap it. It needs to be a token tree group. Group. And inside there, put the new one. Ah. Damn pop-up window. Okay, but a group can't be in a token tree group? Oh, why not? This is just an enum, right? Yes. So why isn't it letting me do that? Mismatch types. Expected... Okay, it found a unit somewhere here. Oh, set span doesn't return anything? Okay. So, and that means that I'll need to do this separately then. So let expansion equal that, and then expansion dot set span, and then expansion here. This has to be mutable because we're changing it. All right. Let's see what that gets me. Hey, look at that. I did it by cheesing it. We're replacing n with 0. I think it's an excellent time to take a break. So I cheesed it because step 2 didn't require me to actually put anything in there other than a literal. So I know how to replace the literal. That's how we do it. And we handled a recursive group, which is the fact that it's in parentheses. So there's probably more to do, but I need to take a break because my timer is about to expire, saying that I haven't taken a break in a while. So take a break, and when I get back to it, I'm guessing I'm going on to step 3. So I'll be back in about 3 minutes again. See you in a bit. Hi, I'm back. All right, I was really happy to get through those first 2 tests without too much grief. Now let's try the third one. This is going to be a self-humbling experience, I'm sure. So this one expects the compiler failure of some kind. Let's take a look at that. And let me turn off... Oh, that already is off. Okay. There are 2 of these. Which one? Okay, we want this one. Got it. Now construct the generate code. Produce the output token stream by repeating the loop body the correct number of times as specified by the loop bounds and replacing the specified identifier with the loop counter. Right, so this should give me that. That's the whole point. Hey there, Anakin Luke. Thank you for the hello. All right, so it should expand to this. Cool. All right, let's see what it actually does. This is what we expected. This is what we actually got. Actually, so it got the first one because I hard-coded it. The span is correct. Error number 0. Cool. That's actually more than I thought it would be. So the only thing we need to do is actually have it loop based off of those identifiers we got. This should be easy, actually, right? Because we have these two identifiers. Where are they? Right here, range start and range end. I just need to store them, and then in the expansion, well, probably here, actually, we would want to do a loop, right? In fact, maybe what I should do probably is move the quote, right? Let me think about that. I think so, because we're just going to repeatedly, when we iterate, we're going to just generate a bunch more tokens, right? We're probably going to iterate through a range is what we're going to do. Yeah, so let me move this quote out of here. That moves down to here again. Whoops. Cut. Paste. There we go. And then we want this to be tokens or expansion. And then this should just say that dot into. And then remove this into. And then this is just expansion. And then this expand has to return whatever this is. It is a iterator. So that would be impl iterator. I used to know how to do this. It has to be like item equal whatever the item is here. Token tree. And I might need to fully qualify that name. Yeah, so what is that? It's probably proc macro 2. No? Is it proc macro? I don't know what. Is it sin? I can't remember. Where is token tree? How do you feel about having a hobby becoming a full-time job? I loved it. So programming was my hobby before I got my first job, and then I got my first job as a programmer. It was awesome. I don't think it was tough. Now, if you're talking about my hobby as a streamer becoming a full-time thing, yeah, that's tough because it's more than I thought it would be. So I guess it depends. If your hobby, if you know what you're getting into, turning the hobby into a full-time job, then it can be awesome. That was my experience as a programmer. But if you start to dabble in something like streaming and then you say, okay, now I'm going to be a full-time streamer, and you really didn't know what you were getting into, then it can be pretty tough. So it's all about what you end up learning that you didn't expect. If everything goes as you expect, it's awesome. But sometimes you don't expect things. Like I didn't expect not to know what a token tree was. Oh, you're talking about my game? Yeah, it was that I didn't know how tough it would be to juggle the streaming with the game development. So they're both good and bad with that, right? So the bad is that it's a struggle. It's like a juggling act. But the good is that I get a whole bunch of useful and really intelligent feedback. So a lot of people are interested in helping directly or just like helping me out finding something or getting an answer. So there's a lot of community support I didn't expect, which is a good thing. Um, but yeah, it's kind of tough when you have to juggling chat with the work and then making sure that the work is interesting enough that people still want to keep up with it. And so sometimes you have to make sacrifices. Like I haven't really made progress on the game very much in the last couple months because the community is sort of encouraging me to explore using Rust. And I think it was a good thing, but then again, it's like a side project. And so eventually I need to rein it in and either kind of close it off as like that was a fun thing to learn Rust and then now let's go back to work on the game, or I need to kind of merge the two, which I'm hoping to do is continuing with like what I'm learning with this macro stuff and actually using it in the game development by like making parts of the game into Rust that are appropriate and then kind of leverage these skills. I would like to do that, but yeah, it's going to be kind of tough. I need to find where token tree is. Where is the token tree? Okay, so it is part of macro 2, so that should have worked before, right? Oh, macro 2? No, there's something wrong here. One of these is not expanding correctly. Is it this one? That should work, right? Okay, I'm not seeing a good output, so let me do cargo clippy. All right. Expected dot. No, expected expression found dot on 67. Do I need to say like, let expansion equal that, and then say expansion into? Interesting, okay. And then the problem with the iterator is what? Found an opaque type. Expected token stream found opaque type. So I should just be explicit about that, right? Or, is the problem this one? I don't get it. I hope I answered that all right, Anakin Luke. It's been an experience. So it was tough. It wasn't smooth. And I really won't know if it succeeds or not until we get to the end. If I fail, maybe the streaming continues to just be a hobby and then I have to find work some other way. Okay, I've done this before. I'm going to look this up in another project. So, new window, make it big, go to there, and then we're going to search for that. Take your time. Take your time. No results found, huh? Could have sworn I did that there. Then, if it wasn't in Omniarania, maybe it was in the Rust playground? Really? Okay, what about Arrow Impel? Really? How about Impel? Okay. Okay, then we're going back to Omniarania looking for Impel in RS files then. Aha. Right, I did the fully qualified. So yeah, that's what I was doing before. Maybe I need to fully qualify it? Is that not the item that we're... Oh, wait. This doesn't always return an iterator, does it? No, it does. It returns a map. And I'm just guessing a map where the type is what? I guess we should just look it up. Map. the self is the iterator type, right? Map into iterator and okay. I see. Token tree impl. Iter. Token tree. That's the item then, right? Where did they say implements iterator? Okay, here it is. Yeah, item is T. So I don't see why this didn't work. It says the return type must have a statically known size. I wonder if that's the problem. Or maybe it's this all along. I bet that's what it is. This error is causing this error to happen. So the real error is that it actually needs a token stream, not an opaque type. Oh, right. I need to quote this back in to get a token stream, don't I? So, like, I need to do let... we can reuse the word expansion, right? And then I can say that this is, quote, expansion. Do I need to put that outside? It's this line it doesn't like. The trait bound to tokens is not satisfied. Because why? This is an iterator. Oh, we need to expand it then. Okay, down to one error? It says that a unit is not an iterator. What am I doing wrong? Where did it expect a unit? Oh, shoot. Yeah, we didn't actually return the tokens. Oh, great. That messed everything up. All right. Remember to read the note. Which note? The note here? Or in here? Yeah, it's just saying I didn't need to give that a name. I could have just done this. Right? But the real problem is elsewhere. Cannot infer appropriate lifetime. Okay. I didn't realize I was borrowing something. Okay, I'm doing something funny in here, I think. I think it has to do with this. I didn't mean to quote an expansion here. I think I need to back up a little bit. I need to get back up to where it was working. Let's back up. Back up a bit. Before we had it being an iterator, what did we have? We had it being a token stream. Maybe I need to make it a token stream all along. Am I going back too far? I think I am. think that's where we were, right? No. That. There. Okay. And be careful of going forward from here. Because this is a working case. I just wanted to rearrange this so that we can loop. And so what are we doing here? Everything is a token stream until... Actually, no. We do it... When we're doing it recursively, we are turning the iterator back into... So this turns an iterator back into a token stream. That's how we're able to get away with this recursive call here and fit it within the context of needing a token stream. So thank you for the follow, by the way. Why did I want to turn it into an iterator before? I don't remember why, but let's try to keep it the way it is, the way this is. Right, so I wanted to do a loop. Oh, I think I remember why. Because this just does one expansion. I want to do several expansions. Right, but okay, I could take this and then quote it. So I can do this myself. I think I know what I want to do. We will have a variable that is the loop variable, and we'll put it here whenever the identifier is expanded. So let's define that. Did I put it in sequence or outside, or maybe in expand? Maybe put it in expand. So loop var is I32, right? And let's just make this work as is. So this will have a copy that loop variable there, and then this will have a 0 here. And that should not mess anything up. Now I want to do this in a loop where this is the loop variable. Right. So then we need to capture, I need to capture the range start and end. So let's actually name them such, and we'll add them here. Range start, range end and range start are both integers. Okay, and I need to extract it from the lit. So that's, how do we do that? How do we get the integer out of the lit int? Oh, let's look it up. Lit int. It's lit, bro. Okay, so lit int. How do we get it out? Okay, I need to do base 10 parse. Really? Okay. Interesting. I would assume that it would just give me the, they would have the number in there directly. But okay. And it might fail why? I don't get it. Why would I need to parse again? What did the output have before? Go up to where I had that. There we go. Oh, I wasn't showing the whole thing. Did I have it in out? I did, sort of. No, I don't. I'm looking at the wrong folder, aren't I? Yeah, don't look at builder. Look at this output. Oh, yeah, I don't have it. So, let me get it again. So, I want to see the expansion of the, not the expansion. I want to see the input token. So, can I just debug here? I cannot. Can I debug here? Nope. I guess I can just do this. Let input equal debug input. That'll work, right? Okay, and then I need... Let's just fill in some bogus numbers here. In fact, I could make it work by doing that. I need to put the number in front, though. I mean, I need to put the identifier in front. Which means I don't really need to the end of the line here. Hey there, Dr. Padawan. How are you today? Trying to get a function like procedural macro working today. I really just wanted to get this whole output here. Oh, so it's a string. The literal is a string that it's not parsed as an integer yet. So it could be like an illegal integer for all we know. Like, how would I make it illegal? Like putting a weird character in it, like X or something? Or, like, I don't know. X might be interpreted as hex. How about G? OG. Will this parse as literal still? Oh yeah, there's a suffix. Look at that. Interesting. So if I like put something total garbage, how about A? It's going to come out as a suffix to an literal integer, right? Yep. Okay, so then we do need to parse it. So I guess I could do it in here, right? I can say parse as an integer, and then what was it? Parse, base 10 parse. Is that it? And then question mark? No. What's the error here? My break timer's in the way. The trait bound from string is not satisfied. Okay, why not? How do they do it in the manual? Oh, I need to bind it to a type, so I need to say it's int32 or something like that. There we go. And then that'll be an int32. Nice. So add that junk there, and we get another int32. And then I can remove these hard-coded numbers. Why didn't it like that one? Oh, because there's no question mark at the end. Right. Okay. So now we are parsing the two numbers in the range. And I'm going to use that down here in a loop. So I'm going to say for loop var in sequence.range start to sequence.range end. And then I'm trying to think, could I do this with an iterator? Like, can I turn that into an iterator? I can, can't I? Instead of doing a for in, I can do this dot into iter dot map. Yeah, and then we'll have loop var here, and then some code, and we'll say let I don't know, expansion equal that, and then we'll say let expansion equal quote expansion to get the repetition evaluated, and then say expansion into. All right, and then the contents here go here, and then loop variable goes here, and then we don't need that, and then that's returned. What's wrong here? What's the error there? Annotations needed for... Can't infer the type of this, I guess. Oh, yeah. It doesn't know what this is turning into. Okay, yeah, because we don't want an into. We want it to just get the token stream. Now what? Oh, it's saying that there's an easier way to do that. Sure, I'd love for Clippy to teach me how to do that more easily. Clippy, you tell me. Consider removing into iter. I don't need the into iter. Okay. Just do a map. Awesome. Thank you, Clippy. Now let's test. If I did this right, then nope, it didn't work. Oh, because I left in the debug thing. Let's get rid of that. Actually, let's just comment that out because I might need that again. All right, what's the error here? It still only gave me 0. It didn't give me the 1, 2, and 3. Thank you for the follow. So that means my loop didn't work. Let me see what the sequence is. So can I do a debug here, or will I need to derive debug on my sequence to do that? Derive. Thank you for the follow. Derive debug lets me do that debug thing, right? Yes. Okay, so then there we get to see what is that input. Range 0 to 4. Okay, so that's correct. So is it not actually looping? I need to, yeah, remove the debug again because it's screwing up the test check. So we got 0 through 4, right? But we're still only expanding it to one thing. Am I not using that loop variable in the expansion? I thought I was. Oh, I'm not. Look at that. I'm not using it. There we go. I'm using it now. Yay! We passed. All right. Cool. So that means we are expanding our macro the correct number of times, and we're putting in place of that identifier the actual literal. Nice. I thought that would be easier than it was. Hey there, Tim. How are you doing today? Tim Bodette is an awesome streamer on Twitch. You should check out his stream, especially if you're interested in racing games. So not only is he making his own racing game in his own game engine in C++, he's also competing in another racing game. Yep, still playing with rusty old macros. So this is a different kind of macro, Tim. This is called a function-like macro because you call it like it's a function. So it's a way to do boring repetition like this, where you want the same thing like many, many times, and you just want to say, like generate code, that line of code for that construct. So for n 0 to 4, generate this line with n replaced with the literal. So a better example would be in where they describe it here. If you wanted an enum processor that had values like CPU 0, CPU 1, CPU 2, and you didn't want to tediously write out all 512 variants of the enum, you could just make the macro do it. Yeah, it's like a loop unroller, exactly. And you can place it anywhere. You can place it inside of a function, you can place it outside of a function, because the way these macros work in Rust is they're all unrolled before the compile stage. So you operate on uncompiled tokens. So it's pretty nifty. It can go in a lot of different contexts. So I finished the one that you might have seen me working on previously, the builder. We got all 9 tests working, and the resulting code is about 200 lines long. And we have a nice structure that works, and the devil is in the details of these setters and builders, really. So yeah, today is this function-like macro. So it's a little bit more low level. So instead of parsing this whole thing as a abstract syntax tree, we're actually looking at individual tokens. So we're going to expect identifier, keyword in, literal number, dot, dot, keyword, for integer literal. And that's literally, no pun intended, these 5 lines, right? Parse first an identifier, then the in token and then a literal integer and then the token dot dot and then another integer. And we're interested in that identifier and in the range start and end. And so we hold on to those along with whatever comes inside of the braces after that range end. So we expect braces with some junk in there, right? And the junk we're just parsing as a, we call it a token stream. So just like, give me the raw tokens, right? And put them in body. And so this sequence structure represents what we parse at compile time out of this mess, which is the identifier, the body of the thing we're going to repeat, and then the range start and end. So after we parse that, then I made a function called expand, which we're going to call n number of times, where n goes from the range start to the range end, right? And we're doing it with a map. I guess it would be cleaner if I did this, right? And then that. So starting with the range, we're going to map that range through a function which turns that literal loop variable into the expansion of the macro. And we have to clone this body because of the way that we consume it. We have to turn it into an iterator. So we can only do that once. That's why we have to make a copy every time with clone. Anyway, the expansion has to be a little bit recursive because the identifier can pop up in two places. It could be at the top level, or it could be inside a group. So if we encounter a group, we have to recursively expand the stream inside of the group. And my understanding is that whenever you see these parentheses, that's a group. So in this case, we're going to have like 3 levels of group, I think. So this will recursively expand until we end up encountering that identifier. It not only has to be a identifier, it has to match the identifier that's out here. So if we put a different identifier like M or Q, it won't match this if. And here's an example of this is a pattern matching conditional runtime code. So depending on what token is, if it matches a group or it matches a identifier where the identifier is the same as the one we have, and then everything else just pass through, right? The input goes to the output. I kind of like that you can do this in Rust, where not only can you say this is like the equivalent of a switch and in a case, right? But in this particular instance, the case is very narrow. It says not only does it need to be an identifier, but after decomposing the identifier and getting what's held by the identifier, it has to match something else. So this, I guess you can call it a narrowing constraint, right? Not only any identifier, but as an identifier where this has to be true about it. So which is pretty cool. So I could like have another block here, and then what this would do is it would say every other kind of iterator that wasn't ours, and I could do something special here if I wanted, right? And don't need to, but it's pretty cool that you can do that. In C++, you can't really do that. The case has to be an expression that matches the thing you switched on. It can't have these narrowing exclusions. So that's one cool thing. So anyway, yeah, we're ultimately expanding down to find our identifier and replacing it with the literal loop variable so that we can accomplish what we're supposed to do. Replace that n with a literal, and then do it n number of times, which is this outer loop down here. And you might not see the loop. I'm doing the loop through an iterator and a combiner. I think that's what it's called. Map is a combiner, right? Technically, it's not combining anything, but it's transforming. So a range is something that you can, by its nature, iterate. So it's kind of like saying for loop var equals range start up to range end. Do that. But the cool thing about it is it stays all the way out to the output as an iterator, so that we can use the iterator within this quote context and expand it out to be, generate code n times where n is from start to end. Pretty neat. Thank you for the follow, by the way. So anyway, we got through the first steps. Where's the correct progress? The first 3 steps. Let's try step 4. We're probably going to fail now. Yep, and we failed. Let's read about it. So what are we supposed to do in step 4? We are supposed to do this. One of the big things callers will want to do with the sequential indices n is use them as part of an identifier like F0, F1, F2. Implement some logic to paste together any ident followed by # or hashtag or whatever you want to call it, followed by our loop variable into a single concatenated identifier. So they want us to handle this kind of syntax where they have some identifier followed by hashtag followed by our identifier. And then they want that to expand to generating this sequence where this is replaced with F0, F1, F2, or whatever. F1, F2, F3. In this case, because it started at 1. All right. Optionally allow support more flexible arrangements like gluing several things together. Though the test suite only requires a prefix, so you will need to add your own tests for this. Let's not do that. Let's not do the optional stuff. Thank you for the follows. I do appreciate it. So they have resources if we need help. Example of creating a new ident. Actually, I already know how to do that from the previous workshop. So this F0 is written separately to detect whether your macro correctly starts with the first iteration. Right, so we shouldn't get 100 in there, right? If we shouldn't generate an F0. If we did, we would get a compiler error. Yeah, it would conflict and it wouldn't compile. Okay. This we're already doing correctly. So it probably, the problem is this doesn't expand correctly. Yeah, see, it didn't expand it correctly. It's like, I don't know what that means. Cannot find F1. So yeah, it didn't find F1, F2, or F3. Now, where exactly did it expect one of those? Probably when we're expanding the body, right? Actually, let's run the expansion test to see what it looks like. Hey there, Team Ultra Hal. How are you doing? You don't know? You don't know? So, if you're just joining me and you see that my stream is about Rust, just keep in mind that this is very advanced stuff in Rust. So, if you were to learn about the Rust programming language, you probably start with the Rust book, which is that link I just posted. I am dealing with exercises in the advanced features of Rust in the very last part of the book called macros. Yeah, so don't be intimidated. This is something that you probably won't be able to understand the syntax of or know what the heck I'm doing unless you've gotten far enough in learning the Rust programming language to get to the advanced features section. Getting called a bro on first sight? What are we talking about? Hey there, Dr. Maruku. Probably generated something like Fn or F1 where you should, yeah. Yeah, that's what we emitted those tokens as is, right? We didn't touch it because that didn't match any of the things we were looking for. Or, yeah, it might have replaced that with a 1. That's what I'm going to verify. So the way I do it is we're just going to use cargo expand. So we're going to say, I would like to look at the output of step 4, which is paste ident. So please cargo expand that so I can look at it, right? Hopefully this will expand. I think it should. It didn't. That's a bummer. How do we look at the expansion of the macro then? Would I need to debug my own output? So, in other words, run this through debug. I guess we can do it that way. So, cargo test. It's failing. Why? Oh, we got the output we wanted. So here's what we're emitting. Function, F, punctuation, literal 1. and then parentheses minus greater than uint64. Yeah, so this is the problem, right? We're emitting token f # literal, and really this should be replaced with one identifier, f1, instead of f #1. Yep. So we need to recognize, maybe with keeping some state going here, that if we see an identifier that's not ours, so something like here, that's not ours, we would record that identifier and then see if the next thing is a # followed by our identifier, then replace the whole thing with one identifier. So what's a quick and dirty way of doing that? Maybe, I don't know. I guess we can build it into this match somehow by using a state. How about we just keep it simple and have a enum, I don't know, ident state. I'm not very good with names. And we'll say, I don't know, the initial state would be, we haven't seen it yet. So initial, and then expect, well, not expect, but scan for hash, and then if we see that, then we would expect our ident, right? So then I need to make one of these, and it needs to be, can I move, capture move? Let me think about this. I think I can. So if I make this a move, actually no, I can just declare a variable here and make it mutable, right? Ident state equals ident state initial, right? That's how we do it, right? And then if we see that, okay, and ident state equals ident state initial, we're going to do that, right? Can I not do that? Oh, I need partial equal. Okay. Derive partial equal. Could do descent parsing style function finish ident. Yeah, I'm trying not to be too smart about it, because I don't want to try to do two things at once. I'm trying to wrap my brain around the stuff with the implementing the macro, and then trying to be smart about this kind of like scanning state. I think it would get me, it would be too much cognitive overload for me. Once I get it running, yeah, maybe I can come back and do something smarter about this state. Right now I'm going to try to keep it simple. So what's wrong with this? Oh, I'm not emitting anything. Let's just put token for now, just to make sure it compiles. So this will only expand to the loop variable if we see our identifier in this state, right? But if we see someone else's identifier, let's qualify that, right? If the identifier state is also initial, so I don't need these parentheses, then we should change this, right? We should say ident state is ident state scan for hash. And then we're not going to emit a token, so I should make this all return options, right? None. And then this should be a sum. And this should also be a sum. And then this is also a sum. And then this whole thing needs, after it goes through this map, it needs to be flattened. How do we remove sums and nones? There's a combinator to do that, or is it flatten? Or filter? Or I can't remember. Someone probably knows. I'll just do a quick search. So, Rust iterator remove none. Is it filter map or something? Let's see what the answer is. Filter map, yeah, okay. Would it just be filter map to itself? Is that right? So I just do filter map. It's going to take as input what? Well, itself. And we're just supposed to return an option. Okay, yeah, so I just run through filter map, right? And identity. So, is there an identity function? I guess we can just say token. Like that. Yeah, it would be cool if there was an identity, like, is there an identity function we can provide? I guess Clippy would tell me if there was, right? So that just removes the nones and then unwraps the sums. Cool. So then I need to have a check for the hash code, right? So let's put it here. Proc macro 2 token tree. It would be it would be a punctuation, right? And the we already had this printed out, didn't we? Yeah. Punctuation of a certain kind. Don't you have a map above? Yeah, I do. I have a map right there. Oh, I could just use filter map right there? Oh, genius. And then I don't need to do this. That's 200 IQ, Silmeth. Thank you very much. Could also use combinator parser for this, but that would be extra overkill. Maybe after I learn a little bit more. But hello there, Jack Fleff. How are you doing today? Yeah, so I didn't need to have a separate filter map, right? We can just have filter map from the beginning, and that requires us to return an option, and it will filter out the nones. Okay, so punctuation. How do I form a punctuation here? I need to have a punctuation structure. Okay, so that's going to be proc macro to punct. How do I make one? Just do new. And then the op is what? What's op? It's looking at the wrong thing. Why is it looking at proc new? Let me just look it up in the manual. Sometimes the language server doesn't really give me the right answer. Punct. Okay, it just takes a character, and then do I care about the spacing? What's spacing? Oh, follow me by my another funct. So I just want alone. Okay, got it. So I want to scan against that character, and then this proc macro to spacing alone. If it's that, if ident state is ident state scan for hash, then we found it and we're going to move on to the next state. So it's going to be none, but we need to change the ident state again. Is ident state expect our identifier, right? What's wrong with that? Expected tuple, what did I do? Oh, did this new need a tuple? No, what did I do wrong with that? Punct new. Oh, is this the part what's wrong here? Sometimes, Rust, your error messages elude my understanding. Function calls are not allowed in patterns. Oh, so we need to make this ourselves outside. Think you'll need to refactor the result of punct new call to a new variable. Yep, SimC is correct. And hello, SimC. Yeah, you're right. Can't just call a function in a pattern. So let's move it out here. Is it bad if we just make a new one every invocation of expand? I'll just refactor it later. So let's make let pound is that, and we'll say pound. And actually, is that how it's done? No, I can't do that. I need pound to be the inner part. Right? And then pound is the inner part. No, that's not going to work, is it? This isn't going to work. I need to say, like, this should be like punct. If punct is pound, and that is true, right? And this doesn't work because these are the different types somehow. Punct and... oh, it's a reference, so I can dereference. I can't... they're not equatable. Binary operation cannot be applied to punctuation. Really? We can't compare them? Okay, so I need to do it a different way. I guess I can just say if punct, and we can look at the character inside. Is it as char? Okay, then I don't need pound. So we're just going to look at all punctuation and see if it is, so narrow the match so only it'll only be on pound signs. And we have to be in that, is it better to do it this way? Because it'll short circuit if we're not in that state. And then only if we are, then we'll do that. So it'll probably be a zero const anyway, you're saying? Well, yeah, we didn't need it anyway, so... moot point, I guess. So, all right, so then I need to have a state for our identifier. Yeah, so kind of like this one. If we see our identifier in that other state, right? So copy, paste, expect our identifier, and then it's not just... we're not emitting a literal then, we are emitting a new token based off of the... so I need to actually have storage for the other thing. Let mute... it needs to hold the identifier, so root identifier is an option... is... fundamentally, it's an optional ident. And it's a proc macro 2 ident, actually. You're referring to the punct, yeah, the constructor, yeah, which we didn't need to do. Okay. I don't know if using an option is the best thing, but I can see how to do it. So, we need to store it here, right? If we see an identifier that's not ours, we're going to want to store it. And then I think we'll want to clone this, won't we? Yep. And then, actually, you know, I could use the fact that this is something or nothing in place of having this ident state. Couldn't I? Right, because if we could say if we have an identifier and this could just be, instead of scan for hash, it could just be if root identifier is something. Yeah, do I need this at all, or should I keep it for now? I'll keep it for now, and then if I think I don't actually need it because it's redundant with this root identifier. But I do have to have a case where it's not a hash. So I guess we could have an if anything else if if root identifier is something, then we'll drop it, right? If root identifier is something, then we're going to yield that some token, but we're also going to make root identifier equal none. Right? I love the pattern matching. It's very powerful. Hopefully I'm doing this somewhat correctly. So I think we're good, right? Oh, what happens if we're expecting our identifier and we don't see it? I should have a case for that, right? Yeah, I should have it here somewhere. I should say it'll get into here, right? So we'll say if ident state is ident state expect our identifier. We're gonna force an error here, right? So let's just panic for now. Or wait a minute. We could just emit an error, right? Just found my channel for my YouTube video about implementing RAF for C++. Oh, right. The RAF stuff. So much help. You're currently working on implementing RAF for C, and a lot of the ideas you're using are from my video. Oh, you're welcome. Wondering if you're planning to coding in C anytime in the future? Maybe, but probably not, because I'm really getting into Rust. My apologies. I still will be doing C++ for a while because the project I have going, which is this game that I've been working on, is largely, the backend is largely written in Rust. I mean, C++. But yeah, I hardly ever do C anymore. Really getting into Rust instead. But I still, since I still keep up doing some C++, that naturally means I know most of C pretty well. So like I could still help out if someone had a problem with C. To me, C is just C++ without a lot of the standard library features and ability to tie data to functions with syntactic sugar. You can still tie data to functions in C, but you have to do it manually, right? All your functions have a explicit object as the first parameter. That's the convention, right? So the only reason I would probably code in C anymore is if I was working on the kernel. Or if I had to update a legacy codebase, I guess. For example, Lua itself is written in C. So if I wanted to understand the Lua interpreter, I'd have to be able to read their C code, which I've had trouble doing because they use really terse syntax and names. No RAII. You can add RAII using preprocessor stuff. Yeah. But there's not anything built into the language that'll really help you. Let's just keep this a panic right now. Expected loop variable after in this context. We'll just keep it like that, and then otherwise, well, actually I don't need an otherwise. In fact, let's just move this to the front, and I forgot I need to also reset our ident state here. Ident state initial. Initial. All right, and then we also need to reset it up here, don't we? Yeah. Right here. Expected loop variable. I know. Panic. And by the way, hello, Valuigar. Good luck with the RAF for C implementation. Just realize that there's other implementations out there you can fall back on for hints, and it's okay to cheat. Look at other implementations to get some ideas. I didn't have to do that with Raft, although I probably would have been able to get it done faster and with fewer bugs if I had. But when I implemented Raft, that was like a year and something ago. a year and a half ago, and I was really into reinventing the wheel at the time. Yeah, cheat as much as you can. I think of it as standing on the shoulders of others, so they're helping you out by having a prior implementation. If anything, your implementation ought to leverage theirs and improve upon it. So find something that yours can do better, or maybe a different way of doing it that's better than what others have done. Or if you're just doing it to learn, like I did for a lot of the times where I reinvent the wheel is just to learn, then just refer to other people's code if you get frustrated not being able to figure it out yourself. Or if you, at the end, you want to compare and see how you did, I guess. Okay, what am I doing here? I need to yield the token, right? So in this case where we're not panicking, we're just yielding the sum token. And then this is telling me what? Oh, I don't need the parentheses. Yeah, that's a little C++ thing. We don't need them in Rust. I think this is actually, what's the word? Irrefutable. I don't think we can ever have something there and not be in that state, actually. Oh, wait, no, if it's, hold on. We could have it where, no, oh, hold on. Sorry, I'm canceling my thoughts before they get out of my mouth. What if we see two identifiers in a row? And they're not our identifier. We shouldn't have this if, should we? It should just be if not. We don't need this if. It's if it wasn't. Yeah, we don't need to qualify that. Let me think about that though. Yeah, that's what we want, right? Well, we shouldn't see our own identifier after someone else's identifier. Yeah, that wouldn't make sense. This should just work, right? Okay. Not sure which you dislike more, C or C++. C is simpler and easier to understand, but C lacks most useful features, so you don't like C because it's too rough. Dislike C++ because it's too complex in a pretty unhelpful way. I kind of see it this way. This is my perspective. C is just old, but well designed for its time. C++ is onion. Started well, but grew more and more layers, and now is overly complex, right? And then languages like Rust have the benefit of being new, so designed up front with latest computer science understanding, or whatever you want to say, right? I guess what I'm trying to say is that for the needs of today, Rust is probably better suited because it was designed up front with the latest understanding of what we need for a programming language to do certain things. Whereas C was old, it was well designed for its time, but things were different in like 1970, right? And C++, it started okay, but because it had to stay current and yet not break backwards compatibility, it had to have more and more layers, and it got really complex. The more layers you peel, the more you'll cry. You can think of it that way too. So I like to think of it also, from time to time, I'll say that C++ has got warts. It's grown warts over time because it's evolved a lot. I don't know anything about Golang, so... Actually, what I'm going to say about Golang, I don't know it. Sorry. And then I'm going to say shrug. Maybe that's what I'll do, like, this coming few months. Maybe I'll read about Golang. Not Goland, but Golang. All right. I need to actually replace our identifier with the one that's in the root, and we're going to need to clear out the root too. Right? So let's remove that, and here I'll paste. Whoop, what happened there? Oh, I see. Yes, we'll do that, and I don't want to do that anymore. We want to form, yeah, I want to form the actual token. Let's just have a placeholder there, and we'll emit it there. But we want to form it from a combination of the root identifier and our literal. So this is where I need to create a new identifier, and I've done that before in the other library, right? We made our own identifiers. It was format ident, right? Format ident. I think, though, this is in the old quote. Let's see if we can do it. So format identifier, the way it worked was how? I give it a string, and I say something, and then something else. And then the first thing will be the root identifier to... how do I get its name out? Oh, I need to unwrap it. And then to string, right? Let's make this multi-line. Oh, hold on. There's a huge chat from Mr. Balrog I haven't read yet. Golang was designed with many of the same goals to Rust. Oh, that sounds cool. What did the Buddhist monk say to the hot dog cart vendor? The monk said, "Make me one with everything." Monk handed him a $20 bill. Vendor handed him his hot dog. The monk asked for his change. The vendor replied, "Change must come from within." It's a good one, Mr. Balrog. Wonder, will Rust be used for game dev at all? That is the subject of Are We Game Yet? Are we game yet? There we go. How come that's not loading? There we go. So are we game yet.rs is supposed to answer that. What's the consensus? Is that at the top? They have a consensus? Almost. We have the blocks, bring your own glue. So, maybe in the future? Oh, I just dropped another 100 frames. I'm still here. Just my uplink was dead for a little bit. Didn't the order 1886 try Rust for a while? I don't know. You think bring your own glue means no? I mean, I guess you can interpret that. It depends on how much you want to, or how low level you want to descend, right? If you just want to have a game engine ready to go, I guess the answer is no. But if you're really willing to descend to low level stuff, which is what bring your own glue means, and put together your own engine, you know, a lot of the big studios end up making their own engines anyway. There's a roguelike written in Rust. So yeah, if they ended up making their own engine, they probably brought their own glue and used some of the building blocks out there and made a custom engine. Go and Rust have very different design goals, and the fact that they're both labeled system programming languages confuses more than it helps. Oh, I'm dropping more frames. My uplink is shaky right now. Dropped about 50 more frames. I think they call... Oh, dropping more frames. I wonder if I'm going to lose my internet. Okay, I dropped even more frames. So if the stream is pausing for you or lagging, it's not you, it's me. I dropped a bunch of more frames. If it gets really, really bad, I'm not sure what I'm going to do. Maybe I should just continue as if I'm not having internet trouble. I think they call it a systems language because you can descend low level enough that you could write a kernel with it or a microcontroller code out of it. That's the only reason they call it a systems programming language. All right, so I want that, and I want our loop variable. Can I just put it in place here? and see how that goes. Okay, I got a token, but it didn't like it. Why didn't it like it? What's the error message say? I can't see it there, so let's do a cargo clippy. Method not found. No method name span found for an ident fragment adapter. What? So maybe I just can't use that macro to make identifiers. Function calls are not allowed in patterns. Oh, that's a previous run. Okay. Okay, we can't make an ident fragment out of an integer, so I guess I have to turn it into a string. Oh, there we go. But the token is the wrong kind of token, right? It's oh no, it's the correct kind of, it's an identifier. Oh, we need to make a wrapper for that, right? It is a proc macro to token tree ident token. There we go. Still an error though. Root identifier cannot move out because it's captured. Oh, okay, well. I can, what can I do with that? I can take it, let, I don't know. Can I just say take instead of unwrap? And then take returns me what? Then I have to unwrap it. And then turn it into a string. There we go. Looks like my internet's stable at, we've dropped 495 frames in the last 3 hours and 47 minutes. Hopefully it stays there. Pray. Hang up the phone? Yeah. Remember those days when the modem? Your mom picks up the phone and hears that weird... Mom, hang up the phone. I'm on the BBS. All right, so let's see what actually that gives me now. Test. We got some errors. Okay, what did we emit? Okay, we actually got an F1 identifier, but that shouldn't have been the first identifier. Did we eat the other identifier that came before it? I think that's the problem. We ate some identifiers that we shouldn't have eaten. The FN identifier got eaten somehow. You got mail. Download a 3 megabyte file at 3 kilobytes per second. That's pretty fast, Dr. Maru Q. I had a 2400 baud. That's what? 300 bytes per second? That was the speed of my modem, 2400 baud. So 3 kilobytes per second is awful fast for that. Yeah, what happened to the function token in front? We ate it somehow. You start with 56K, you're spoiled. Back in my day, we had 2400 baud and we liked it. It's only you new kids that can't appreciate the speeds we old-timers had to deal with. And sometimes you tried to call and you got a busy signal. Is it going down here and emitting the wrong... No, it should be emitting the token. I kind of want to debug the input. Where are we debugging now? I'm not debugging the input. What are we seeing then? Oh, I'm debugging the output. Let me debug both. Let's debug both. All right. So here's the input. It is n in literal dot literal, and then a group, and inside of there we have function f pound n. All right. Yes, so for some reason that fn got chopped off. This It's an identifier. It's not a keyword. There we go. Still have your old family modem on the shelf? Wow, I'm impressed. Think you started with 56K modem, but it didn't take too long to go into cable modem? Yeah. We had to deal with 2400, then 40. Actually, we went from 2400 to a 9600, I think, and then to a 56K, and then it was time to go to college. You can probably figure out relatively, like, roughly how old I am from that. Let me think about this. So, I think the problem is we're eating that token, that identifier here, right? Yeah, so in the scan for hash, if it's not a hash, we should just emit the original root identifier, shouldn't we? Where's the scan for hash used? It's used there. Okay, so I need to have a state. Actually, I could just handle it here. Where is it? I can handle it here if... If... let me think about this. We're always going to want to do that. So let's say let... Actually, hold on. Let me think about this. I'm trying to be too clever. Let's just break it out. If let sum ident equal root ident, else do this, right? If there is an identifier in there, we need to emit that, but we need to do the same thing here. So technically this goes outside. There. And this will be what we emit. Can I just say sum ident? And then just say let emit equal that, and then we just say emit at the end. So if if we have an identifier already, then we're going to emit the last one. And we're going to hold on to the current one. What's wrong here? Oh, this has to be put into a wrapper. Where is it? I guess I'll just write it myself here. It's proc macro 2 token tree ident with the identifier in it. All right, let's try that. Oh, yep, I ran into that. I've run into that before. A lot of times it's a reference and then I have to dereference it. Oh, and I need to clone it, don't I? Or I could take it out, I guess. We're going to be releasing it anyway. What if we did move it in? Can I just take it? Yep, I can just take it. There we go, that'll work. Okay, what do we get as our output? We got fn, f1, parentheses, arrow, and then a delimiter brace. We have 1 times 2. Okay, and then function f2, and then function f3. And why do we have an extra brace? Why do we have a brace? Do we need to handle that semicolon at the end? No, there's something else going on. Hey, Cthulhu. How are you doing? Doing more advanced Rust stuff today. Oh, I forgot to say hi to a bunch of people. Commande, I didn't say hi to you. I'm sorry. I must have been really, really focused in what I was doing and kind of forgot to say hi to people coming in. Nathaniel, Bumpo, hello. Mr. Balrog, of course. And Math and Video Games. And Professor Wannabe. Looks like I need to go back into chat because I missed a bunch of stuff. And Naysayer90, hello. Let me go back and chat. What did I miss? Do you know a website that explains not the language rust, but the technology? Things like, does it have a compiler, a debug ecosystem, how fast it executes, what needs to be executed, what's its design goal? I guess it's what Dr. Maru Q posted. No, that was something else. I would just say, Professor Wannabe, that the Rust Lang site homepage would be good for that. Because I think they explain in a nutshell why you'd pick it and then what it has in it. Maybe you have to start at get started though. Yeah. I think if you read through the getting started and they explain the tool installation and then it'll tell you what you're getting, and then when you learn more about installation, it'll tell you that you're getting a compiler and all that stuff. I think it gets more clear that way. I just know that going through the process of starting here and doing the getting started and reading through the book, that I was walked through a sequence of here's how you get the tools, here's what the tools include. You have a compiler, you have a package manager, you have unit testing, and it just runs through, it walks you through those things. So that's probably how to answer that, is you just step through the first few hours of their getting started procedure. What else did I miss? Internet connections have gone to 2400 baud to gigabit modem. They've never been faster. Yet never been faster. That's because people are downloading too much. Brain can't process how it's progressed. Yeah, it's just that we just use more and more bits for there's more and more traffic, right? It'll cost me 30 lashings for not saying hi to my community. Yes, it will. I've been suitably punished. You've been here since minute 6? And I didn't say hi to you the whole time? I'm sorry. Yeah, what helps Professor Wannabe is that when I forget to say hi to people, usually also accompanied with I didn't see their chat, and so when I go back and see, well, what did they say? And then like, oh, they asked a question, I should answer that. Yeah, with Rust, when they'll inevitably lead you to their book, and the book in the introduction tells you what you would use Rust for, and they give you from like, this is how a team of developers would use it, this is how students would use it, here's what companies are going to be using it. So they say how to use the book. So there's quite a bit of like intro material to it that that will include like getting the tools in the first place and what you're getting, compiler, here's yeah, if it's installed, here's the compiler and its version number, here's how you get the local documentation. So they lead you through all that. They don't jump right into the language. Yeah, GitHub project that tells you how to use it, but they don't tell you what it's for. Yeah. I remember when I didn't know anything about Rust, it's kind of hard to get answers to simple questions like, is Rust a compiled language or an interpreted language? Because a lot of people just don't write the answer to that because they just assume everyone knows, or that once you get through the first hour of the book, it'll be obvious. So there's no like, you can't look up is Rust a compiled language, because it's like, no, who would ask that, right? YouTube is also full of intro lectures and conference talks, probably literally hundreds at this point. Yeah. So a lot of simple questions, intro questions, just don't get answered because they are just included by they're included in everyone's introduction. So you just learn it just by looking at any intro. Okay, I have no idea what I'm doing wrong here. It says it expects a brace, and I don't know why. I guess I should look at what we're expanding to. Function f1 parentheses arrow, and then we have a braced group, which is fine. Function f2 parentheses arrow. Oh wait, the arrow isn't, there's nothing after the arrow. That's the problem, right? This type got eaten. Yep, the type got eaten. Okay, I know what I did wrong then. It's my silly state machine. It's when we get down to these right here, right? I need to emit the root identifier token here. So how do I do that? Ooh, that's a problem, isn't it? I need to emit 2 tokens, not just 1. How am I going to do that? That's a problem, right? I need to emit 2 things, and I can't. Because filter map only lets me return 1 of them. I guess I could do filter map and return another list and then flatten it? Just like learning, everyone's different. Some people like learning from videos. I kind of am okay learning from videos because it helps get me oriented in like how I'm supposed to learn it. So like, for example, John Who's videos, I kind of liked. I was watching John Who's videos about lifetimes and about procedural macros and like, oh, I'm picking up things that I didn't realize, alternate ways of thinking about it, just by the way he's guiding his viewers through it. All right, what the heck am I going to do here? When I get down to here, I need to emit the root identifier and the token that we just encountered. How am I going to do that? I guess I could just change this from a filter map to making a stream on the fly and pushing into it. So how would I do that? I would have some kind of like tokens equal proc macro to token stream new, I guess. And then instead of doing a filter map, we would just do a for each, right? For each. And then I would, instead of doing a sum here, I would do, this doesn't have a tokens anymore. I would say on tokens extend? No. Push or in. There's got to be a method to, is it append? There we go, append this guy. All right, so we're gonna return the sums, turn the sums into tokens append. Like that. Sums go to tokens append. And then there doesn't need to be an else here. So then I don't need to have a let emit. Don't need that. And then that's not needed. This is a, oops, I lost what I had in my clipboard. That's a tokens append. And a tokens append. Okay, and then this is not a repetition anymore. And then tokens needs to be mutable since we're constantly changing it. Okay. All right. Let me know if I miss anything in chat that I should address. Sounds like there's a really good discussion going on. Oh, I have the same problem. Did I? Oh, I forgot to do what I was going to do here. I need to emit it. If... Actually, it's exactly this, isn't it? If we have an identifier in the root ident, then append it. And I don't need to do that, do I? Because we already took it. We already took from it. Yep. All right. I'm still getting the same error. Okay, what am I doing wrong here? F and F1, empty parentheses, arrow. Yeah, the type is still getting lost. Okay, what's the original thing look like? Identifier followed by a group. Oh, right, the group. Right. So I need to have, again, append the root identifier if we get to that point. Shoot. Yeah, I need to refactor this later, because this code is in at least 3 spots now, right? So if we have a root identifier, when we encounter a group, we just append it, and we're back into that initial state. Yeah, this state machine was a mistake. There's a bunch of output there. Oh, probably because we're emitting all that debug stuff. Oh, yeah, we got an okay. I just need to get... Actually, there's an error here. Oh, because of the emitting of the debug stuff. That's what it is. So I just need to remove that. So remove that there. Yes. All right. We did it. We did it, chat. We got 4 out of 9. Okay. Should I stop and refactor this first? Because this is ugly as heck. I don't think I need this ident state at all. Let's try to remove it. So let's remove ident state, which means I don't need that. And the equivalent of ident state initial is that the root ident is missing, right? So this would be root ident is none. That should go into place wherever we have a check for initial. Okay, that was the only place. So then expect our identifier should be that oh, we do need something to represent that. Yeah, so maybe a Boolean. Let expect our, well, how about we make it something like compound ident and make that true if we just saw the punctuation here. If oh, that makes this one more complicated, doesn't it? Because we don't want to handle a double punctuation, do we? Okay, so this is if compound ident. And then we don't need this because we've taken from the root identifier. Okay, this we'll be setting it to false, right? Whoops. Oh, okay. Then if this is false, if not that. Correct. Okay. And then this, don't need that because we're setting it to none there. Actually, we've taken it out, so I don't even need to set it to none. Okay, and then expect our identifier would be that that we have a compound ident is true. All right, let's see if I still pass. This is what's cool about unit tests is you can use them to make sure you didn't screw up. I did get some error warnings though. Never use that enum. Goodbye enum. Served us well, but we don't need you anymore. Awesome. Now, is that refactored enough, or do I need to go through this some more?
Gentle introduction to assembly with but there's two scary things in there, Papatus. You have assembly and you have rust. Those are both scary. You've just squared the amount of fear by combining them. I don't blame you for being scared. Those two are both complex topics for different reasons, right? Assembly is very complex in its breadth, and I would say Rust is very complex in its depth. Okay, how do I make this look better? If we run into a group, so maybe rename root ident, so that would be like prefix ident? Or just prefix? If there's some prefix, then just append it. Can I do that in up front here somewhere? What if I break it into two things? Two matches, maybe. First, deal with the prefix case, and then the second one would not have a prefix. I can't think of how to do it, though. The problem is this is repeated a few times, right? Yeah, there are 3 places where we do that. So if we encounter a group and we already have a prefix, if we run into an identifier and we had a prefix that we didn't use, or if we end up with a prefix and it's not an identifier, I wonder if I could fold these two cases somehow. I can say an identifier without a prefix. No, this part is unique to this case and it's not found down here. I can't think of how to refactor it. Let me just continue. Maybe after I eat lunch, I'll figure out how to fix it. How far do I want to go? I don't know. I need to do some other stuff after the stream. I have time though. I can do a little bit more. Let's look at step 5. Let's see how far we can get. Let's read about step 5. Step 5, repeat section. I'm going to suspend the breaks because we're near the end of the stream. So far, macro has repeated the entire loop body. It's not sufficient for some use cases because there are restrictions on the syntactic position that macro invocations can appear in. For example, the Rust grammar would not allow the caller to write that. Because this is not a legal place to put a macro call, instead we'll implement a way for the... Okay, so it's like boilerplate stuff around it. To designate a specific part of the macro input to be repeated so that anything outside that part does not get repeated. The repeated part will be written surrounded by that kind of syntax. Okay. The invocation below should expand to filling in the IRQs. Okay. I see. So outside of these, we won't see the N. No, that's not what they're saying. They're saying that we need to, when we encounter that, we need to expand that in the loop. Oh, that's weird. So to avoid failing these earlier tests, we need to support N when it shows up outside of a repetition by repeating the whole thing. But if we see a repetition, then we should assume N is in there somewhere, and that's the part we repeat. Okay, I got it. There's no scary in assembly, but if you want a really good tutorial walkthrough, you got a link from one somewhere. No scary. Hey there, Pitbull Beer. It's not scary. I eventually want to look at we're talking about assembly for a specific architecture, or are we talking about WebAssembly? I should just glance and look at the scary article. Let's look at the scary article that Papadas Del Papa gave us. One thing that's scary about it is I can't make it dark. Can I make it on for this site? There we go. dig into assembly and get into the weeds of how programs actually run. What kind of assembly, though? Like for specific target architecture, or is this for the... Okay, this is x86. Got it. See, assembly isn't really that scary if you get used to the syntax. It's always an instruction, and then it's arguments. And then if the arguments can be different types, like literal, or it could be a register reference, or it could be a lookup. And you just have to kind of walk through each of those and understand them. Keyword pointer is like, there are historical reasons why what keyword means. Quad word, right? 4 bytes pointer. And that's just a convention to say that take the result of adding 16 to the RSP register and consider it a pointer, and then dereference it to store what is in the RDI. Usually it's destination, comma, source. So there's like a convention you have to get used to. And then J is jump. So whenever you see a jump, you're going to move somewhere else, and that's a label. So that means you'll jump down to here. Assembly is hard in that, like, you're looking at it with a microscope, and to really understand what's going on, you kind of have to look at a sequence of instructions and think, what is this trying to accomplish, right? So this is trying to accomplish this line, and this is accomplishing that line. You know, you can correlate the two. Yeah. It's simple when you look at each individual instruction. I think where it gets scary is trying to understand how the compiler got from a higher level construct to assembly, and then the other way is how to figure out what the high level was trying to do by looking at the assembly. That's where it can get pretty complicated, especially if it runs through the optimizer. Then you're like, I have no idea what it's trying to do. Old x86 for 16-bit machines, yep. So they added little like E in front to make it 32, and then they added was it R that extended it to 64? I can't remember. Last time I did assembly was 32-bit assembly. Yeah, D for double word. The word size is 16 bits, yep. Oh, that's right, it's not 8. The word size in x86 is 16 bits, so quad word would be 8 bytes, yep. Kind of weird how that works, right? 4 times 2. Anyway, for make this to pass, I need to detect the presence of this. So that means I'm going to want to have, I need to hold on to 2 things. The tokens that are inside this in the first place, and then whether or not, actually, the fact if there are tokens in there at all. So I'll just make it an option. And if there are tokens inside of it, then this is the part we repeat. Everything else we don't repeat. That means, in addition to having what's inside, we'll need to have the tokens that came before and after, won't we? Yeah. So we'll have to verbatim before and after. So that means I'll have a structure with 3 things in it. So let's define that. Let's say struct repetition. Well, body with repetition. So we're going to have the tokens that came before. Prefix, I guess we'll call it. And then a suffix. And then we'll have the body. Right? And then this is the part that we would need to expand, and these are not expanded. So we need to put, yes. So let's make an enum body, and that is without repetition. It's just one of these. If it's with repetition, then it's a body with repetition. And then that is our body. All right, And then I can't derive debug unless I derive that debug and that debug, correct? All right, now we can debug it if we want to. And I have to generate the body correctly here. So backwards compatible cases, this is a body with body colon with. How come I'm not getting the right help here? It's just body without repetition. How come it wasn't helping me there? How come it doesn't like that? That's weird. What's it trying to tell me here? Oh, all right. Body needs to be in front. There we go. Assembly tutorial really good if you're interested. Sounds good. I like to bookmark links like that to put in my notebook. That way, if I'm like, that sounded interesting what that person was posting before. Nice website that explains it all. Sounds good too. Obviously I haven't done enough of that today. I have not made enough notes. And let me record the scary one. There we go. Yeah, my bookmarks these days tend to be in the notes section for every stream day. Yeah, they never end. There's always more material than you could possibly watch or listen to or read or any of that. Okay, so here we're going to assume it is a actually we should just put the match right in here. Match sequence body. Right? We're going to consume, well, we should just reference it. Do I need to put a reference there? I think I do, but let's see what happens if I don't. So if I say body without repetition body, and then do this, let's just say expansion equal that. And then I can remove, whoops, I can remove some of these tokens. And then remove that semicolon. That should be in one less indented. And then body with repetition body. And then okay, so I should just move this into here, I think. Like that. Or expansion. And then that, do I even need to quote it? I don't even think I do. Let's just put an empty here for now. And then what did it not like about this? Oh, something's wrong with clone here. That should just be body. Do I even need to clone it? I think I do, right? Maybe not. Because I'm consuming that token stream. Okay. It couldn't find expansion here. Why? Do I have another bug? No. What did I do here? Let's just say that that's into. Okay, the problem is with, maybe I do need to clone that. What's wrong with that? Okay, yeah, I can't do that. I have to do that. All right, and then we're not using that body yet. Okay, so then this should not fail in the old tests now. All right, just failing the new test because we're not handling it. Okay, cool. Okay. So the idea, if it has a repetition, is we're going to want to expand the middle part, right? So this would expand body dot, hold on. This body. Let's name it something else. Let's call it the, let's call this one prefix repetition. There we go. And we'll call it body repetition dot clone. All right. So this expansion will have 3 parts to it, won't it? I need to assign variables to like the prefix, a sequence, a body prefix, right? And let suffix equal body suffix. And I need to borrow them and then put them here. And there we go. So now the trick is to just figure out that it has a repetition and then figure out what parts of the prefix, suffix, and the repetition. I think that's the key now. So, how are we going to do that? I'm thinking about doing it in 2 passes. The first pass would just scan for that token. Actually, I want to see what that token looks like. So let me put the debug stuff back in. I want to just debug the input. Yeah, let me just look at it. All right, let's look at the input here. Where am I? There I am. Brace. Punctuation. And then a parentheses group. And then another punctuation. Okay, so it's if we see a pound sign punctuator, a group, and then another, and then a star punctuator, then the group is the repetition. The stream inside the group is the repetition. And then this is what we can expand because this pattern will be replaced by RQ0, RQ1, RQ2, etc. Yeah. Okay, so then I think well, we don't need a second pass. I can just add this to like have a detector for that, right? If at some point we see a pound sign followed by a group, that's effectively that, right? And then we would just set a flag saying what we've emitted so far goes into the prefix, and then what we're then parsing for the rest of it until we get to the end of that. Actually, we can just do a recursive one. And then for the rest of it, it would be what goes into the suffix. Yes. Okay. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Feel free to ask me questions, although we'll probably end up telling you, if you're just joining me, you have no idea what I'm doing, that I'm pretty deep into an advanced topic in Rust, that if you know nothing about Rust, one recommendation is to start here with the Rust book. When you get to the end of the book, they give you an introduction to what I'm doing with, where is it? I am pretty much at the bottom of this chapter, right? I'm doing function-like macros. And they are pretty magical in Rust because they can do really weird things, like this syntax is like not in Rust at all, because we're creating a macro, which is a function that's called a compile time, to take a bunch of tokens and actually turn it into valid Rust syntax. So that's supposed to expand into that, right? So it's just basically a recipe for generating code based off of a template. And the part that's repeated, that's tedious to write, they didn't even write it themselves in the comment here, is handled by the syntax that we're, in a sense, inventing out of thin air. We're saying that if we have a hash code followed by a parentheses group of tokens followed by a star, that the inside of that is what we're going to repeat, and then everything that came before and after is just kept verbatim. And yeah, so we're just writing the implementation of that. Minus 100. Did I say the T word? I'm sorry. Hey there, Stefan. Yes, I have lost 100 points, indeed. All right. So I think I can just get away with having a Boolean that remembers whether or not we're... Actually, no, I can't do that. What if I just have an option? Ultimately, we're expanding something, right? Oh, wait. It happens way before this. I'm dumb. During our initial parsing to find the sequence, we're making the body. So I need to do this way earlier. I need to do it here. I need to, at this point, parse that body to see if it has that stuff in there and then make the body differently, right? Okay, so here I need to do another pass, basically. Okay, let's invent another function then. In fact, let's move this into a function because then I can collapse that into it. So let's make a function in sequence. Let's collapse that. We don't need to look at that right now. Let's make a function called extract body or parse body. How about parse body? And this is an associated function, right? Because we haven't made a sequence yet. So what can I give it? I can give it the... If we're always going to be doing that, why not just let the function do it? So we're just going to give it the... what is the type of content here? A parse buffer. It's going to consume it, right? Actually, it only needs a reference to it. Thank you for the follow, by the way. So let me just make a reference to a parse buffer. So that's parse buffer. Let's just call it input. Content. Keep the names the same. It's a reference to a parse buffer, which is in proc macro 2, right? Parse. Okay. What are you in? You're in sin. Okay, so it's a... I'm including all of sin, so I can just say parse buffer. How come that's not... that's not correct? Hold on. Do I need to say sin there? Okay, I don't know what parse buffer is in. I'm confused. Let's look it up. Parse buffer. What? Oh, it's parse buffer. Meaning I can remove the sin in front, right? Yes. Okay. So then, given the content, it's going to yield a body. So that's yield a body. And right now, the way we're doing it is without repetition. Oh, there's a trickiness here. There might be a result. Okay, so then we should have a result body. Okay, and then because we have to have this construct around it. But turned around slightly. So we need to get the... let's just call it body for now. And we might do an early return there. Otherwise, it's going to be an okay of that. And then I can just say body is parse body borrow the content and remove that line. And I have to say sequence. Actually, it doesn't need to be in sequence, I guess. What's wrong here? Oh, I need to put a question mark there. There we go. Doesn't even need to be in sequence, does it? There was a reason why I did that? No, there's no reason. I can move it out. Let's move it out. Let's just put it here, parse body. And then I can remove this : in front. Should still be good to go through the fourth test. Hold on. I need to drop some of the debugging because it got way in my way there. Need to get rid of that line. Okay. So we didn't break anything. Cool. Now, it's all down to parsing the body correctly, isn't it? Because expand should just work, right? I think so. Because we're calling expand in the right context. Okay, so all the work is then in parsing that body. So we have to iterate through the tokens there and see if it contains this magic sequence of not 4 but in 5. What happened to 5? This magic sequence. Hashtag, parentheses, group, star, or asterisk. Should I just make an enum for this then? Can you make an enum inside of a function? Can I do this? State. And then say initial found hash found group, and then that's all I need, right? And I can say let state equal initial. Will that work? State initial? Looks like it will. Nice. Renegade V. Hi. All right. This is assuming that the sequence doesn't contain the repetition. So really we're just looking to find if there's a repetition. Started learning Rust the other week. Good for you. I started learning Rust to the beginning of June. How do you like it so far? I can tell you how I like it. Why I like Rust. It's been a bit of a challenge. I like difficult puzzles, so that's one reason I like it. Tends to guide you towards good designs, because if you can get it to compile, it just works usually. And I can also tell you what I don't like about it. Oh. Let's look at this one and then file open the other one. Things... Where is it? Don't particularly like... I don't see it. It's here somewhere. How come I can't see it right now? I have too many stream notes. I can't see it, so I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna go to my other window and just open it here. Like, dislike. Don't. Oh, I know. Because I put it in the other folder. How come I can't find my own notes? This is so yeah, not my favorite features. There we go. Sorry about that. Took me a while. Stuck with Java. You just like it more than this frustrating JavaScript you're dealing with the moment you need to get done? I'm sorry about that. So take it JavaScript is your job and Rust is for fun? I'm from a C++ background, so this is sort of my culture shock starting to learn about Rust was this list of things, but I've sort of gotten accustomed to a lot of these. I think the only one I really didn't like was that path methods on Windows don't let you mix forward and backslash. I didn't like that. The stuff about asynchronous closures, it was just hard to learn. The rigidity on UTF-8, I actually accept that because it's nice that it does a lot of the UTF checking for you. The terseness I gotten used to. Knowing what to use, maybe I'd rather that be a little bit nicer. Snake case I've gotten used to. Integers with sizes, I still don't really like that, but that's okay. You don't have to like everything about a language to know how to use it, to be nice, to enjoy using it. You wanted to learn more low level and faster to begin with? Oh, I see. And no pun intended there. Thought we figured out that Windows path allows mixing. Well, but why put it the weird form in front when it's not needed? I just don't like that. I think that weird form should only be there if it's necessary, because it adds the constraint that you can't mix forward and backslashes. So why doesn't Rust select the format which is still an absolute path and is more flexible? And it's the one that most people use. Who uses // in their paths? Only computers do, so why are we forcing that onto users? Especially when you call display on it, why does it preserve that? There are a lot of things I don't like about that. I think it could have been handled better. Anyway, it's not terrible. It's not that I hate it. It's just something I need to get used to, and it's different. All right, I don't know why I'm not in this project. I don't need this project anymore. That was, why does that keep coming back? Let's just close that one. Yeah, we're good. I need to figure out how to... We're going to admit that if there's no repetition. If there is a repetition, then we're going to admit something slightly different, right? So, what I should do probably is just have a final state. Found repetition. And then that should just have in it the we should hold on to the hold on. If we're going to be generating a body, and that body has to have a token stream in it, right? So if we're doing the initial scanning, I should be prepared to have a prefix that we're building, right? So what if we did it this way? Let mute body with repetition equal none, and this is an optional body with repetition. And then we get down here and we say if let body with repetition equal body with it should be sum. Body with repetition. Body with repetition. Then we're emitting something else. Otherwise, we're just doing this. What would we emit here? We would say, okay, body with repetition, right? I think that's what I want. And then I don't need this, because the moment we find a repetition, we would just fill that option in. And then we would be assembling the suffix as we go, I think. All right. So we need to loop through the parse buffer, and the only way I know how to do that is to put it into an iterator, right? Oh, wait. I need to parse it first. Okay, no big deal. What I can do here is let parsed content. Actually, we can just replace content with this. Let's do that. There we go. Easy. And then this is just content here. All right, and then with content, Yeah, here's the problem. I can't just iterate it in place. I have to clone it and then I can into iterate. Right? And then I can do a for each. And then that's token. All right. Whoops. Back. What did I just do? There we go. Lost my place when I hit the wrong key. Okay, so match token is essentially, right? And can I just steal from the other place where I was doing token matching here? Yeah, let's just steal this. Because then I don't have to figure it out. And it looks like I'm going to want to borrow it anyway. Ah, shoot. I killed my clipboard there. Paste. Not indent. Okay. So it could be a group. What else are we going to deal with? I should have saved this from before. But I had the full parse here, right? It was right here. Yes, so we are looking for we're gonna need to recursively go into group, it looks like. Okay, so this part needs to be recursive to yield the body with repetition. So I need to make another function. The only problem with Rust is that it makes you not want to use mark. Well, that's my problem. It makes me not want to go back to C++. I think it's getting more and more popular. Didn't it break the top 20 programming languages recently? I saw a headline about that. Okay, I need to be careful here. I was about to make this part recursive, but I'm going to pull in the rest of the things with it, aren't I? So can I make it so that it calls parse body on itself? Yeah, I can, because the moment I get a body that has a repetition in it, then I know that that's what I need to return all the way back out, right? Right, and if when we parse the group's stream and there is a prefix and a suffix, then we'll have a problem, right? Hold on, let me think about this. Now, the original code looks like this, right? Oh, shoot, we are going to have a problem here. How am I gonna represent? I need to turn this the original representation, which is this parse buffer, which I think is, no, this is the token stream, right? Yeah, I need to turn this token stream into a composite that looks like, not here, looks like this. That it's either one token stream or it's 3 token streams. But while parsing it, I have a parse buffer, not a token stream. To get a token stream back, what was I doing? Was I just calling quote? Right. And that works with an iterator as well as an individual token, right? Although I was just always making a new token stream. Oh, wait. This token from this tokens, oh, it is a token stream. So where did I end up parsing? I'm confused. Where do I call expand? I'm confused. Oh, I know what it was. In here, they gave us the parse stream, and then it got turned into a parse buffer from that macro. Gave us the contents as a parse buffer. Okay. Total newbie, need help, so if we could help, that would be awesome. You have a simple email finder written in Python. Clients can access it via your dashboard. However, now you want to have a Chrome extension that does the same thing, but Chrome extension supports JS, not Python. You might be out of luck there. You might need to port it to JavaScript. Because I'm guessing that the JavaScript they support in the extension is sandboxed. So it's not like you can just go execute the Python interpreter from there. Maybe you could find a Python interpreter that can be hosted inside a sandbox JavaScript, but that would be quite remarkable. Yeah, I don't know what you could do other than port that Python to JavaScript. Did a really good job cleaning up a lot of the madness. Yeah, the madness came about because of the fact that it's like an onion, right? They added layers over the years. You wish they left out the protection theory? Well, they gave you a way to do that. You just make everything unsafe. You have to opt into unsafety. I guess another way to say it is you need to opt out of the safety, but you can. Yeah, you have to put your entire program, or your entire function into an unsafe block, and then it disables all that stuff. I'm sorry, Videzus. I don't know how you could do that other than porting into JavaScript or finding a Python interpreter that can be hosted in a JavaScript sandbox. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know everything. Maybe someone else knows. Unsafe doesn't actually disable anything? I thought it did. I thought it turned off the borrow checker and the lifetime checker and all that stuff. I don't use unsafe, so I don't know. That's just what I was led to believe. Yeah, but I thought it also disabled the borrow checker and stuff like that. Like unsafe by default, which you have to do if you go to the lowest level and you write to the metal, right? You need to deal with raw pointers. All right, I need to find a stopping point. It would be cool if I could figure this out, though. What I'm kind of getting confused between our parse stream and token stream. By going through, okay, that's what it was. By going through parse macro input, it turned the token stream into a parse stream for us, which let us look at individual token trees, right? Each one of these is a token tree. And in fact, when we used braced and we got this parse buffer out of it, and we're using that here in, hold on, where am I using it exactly? Parse body, which ends up doing a parse. Oh, right, we did go through an extra step here. We turned a parse stream into a token stream again by running it through parse. Yes, okay. So to go between token stream and parse stream, you have to go through a parse step. So we did it here. And to go the other way, no, we don't go the other way. We keep it as a token stream from that point on. Yeah, all right. Got it. See you, Veduz. You know, it would probably help out is if you found a stream that had that where they're focused on Python and JavaScript. There was it Anthony writes code, or was it someone else who was doing that a lot? Yeah, I don't know. One unsafe does. There you go. Let me at least get this to compile. Okay. We just get a warning that we're not doing anything useful here, right? That's fine. Ultimately, I need to hold on to these tokens as we're going through them, because then I need to collect some of them into the prefix. I need to divide it basically into prefix, repetition, and suffix, don't I? And that's actually all I really need to do. But then this group is of what type? I mean, what does the group have in it? Group. It's got a token stream. Yeah, okay, so everything's token streams. Good. So we're just dealing in token streams. So oh, I know what the problem is here. That I was, yeah. I think I'm just my brain is not working very well. The problem is that when we encounter the this sequence here of punctuation, group, punctuation, we need to somehow take this token stream out and mark that is to be the repetition, but then not change anything else. And when we get to the expansion, we need to know that that's the part that we need to repeat. So I don't think the way I've divided it is going to work. I don't think that's going to work because I can't separate just this token stream out from what came before and what came after, because this is in a composite structure, not a sequence. So I can't do it this way. I think the best I can do is identify which inner stream is the repetition. And then when we expand it, we would, when we detect that we've found the repetition, then we would just, how would that work? We would strip away the group and the punctuation. Yeah, that's what we do. With the this would have to be, this has to be a member of some token stream, right? This is a single token tree in a so we would replace the wait a minute, no, a token stream, not a token tree. So it has to be in the context of a token stream somewhere. So it has to be in a brace list. What happened to my oh no, we can take over this token stream, remove the punctuation, and just repeat the same token stream n times here. Right? Yeah, we would just drop the punctuation. Drop. We would have to drop the punctuation, right? Drop the punctuation, but keep the group. How would that work? Drop the punctuation, but keep this. No, we don't want to keep the group either. This has to be in a list context, right? So it needs to be in the context of something, some kind of group. Okay, so that means we're going to take over the outer group here. Its token stream is going to be rewritten to have no punctuation, no group. It's just the same inner token stream repeated n times. Yeah, which is what this does. Okay, I think I got it. So we need to basically we need to find the outer group and say that that's where the repetition happens. And we have to capture the internal stream. Okay, so all I need to record then is the inner stream and the outer group. How are we going to know which group it is, though? How to know which group? Can a group be compared with another group? It would need to implement partial equal, right? Does it implement partial equal? I don't think so. We might have a problem then. Proc macro 2 group, right? It implements clone, but that's about it. Debug display and from group, and that's about it. Oh, for token tree. Token tree we have partial equal, right? No, we don't even have partial equal there. The only thing we have partial equal for is identifier. Yeah, equal, partial equal. Okay. So we can compare identifiers, but we can't compare groups. How are we going to know where the group is? I don't know. I think I need to call it here. I think I'm getting kind of stuck and my brain isn't working. So I will come back to this another time. Figuring out how to identify where the repetition is in here and how to work with token stream and parse stream. And we'll figure this out some other time. I gotta go. Is there someone else right now that is streaming Rust or other fun stuff that we can pass the buck to? Let's see. Who's streaming right now? And just to let you guys know, I will be out for the next week because I am traveling. So. Oh, EctinDev is still going? Wonder how much longer EctinDev is going to be going for. Let's raid EctinDev before he leaves. Before he raids someone else. And I'm watching an ad. Okay, so assuming that EctinDev is not done yet, let's raid him because he's also working on Rust. He's working on a game. So there you go. We were talking about can Rust be used for games before. He's creating a simple chill rhythm game using a Rust-based engine. And I'm still waiting for the ad. This is a long ad. Oh, it's the Madame Curie ad. Radioactive. Okay. Okay, he's not raiding someone else, so he's still going. Let's raid him before he leaves. Then he'll have to raid someone else. All right, spreading the love with the rest of the Rust community. We're going to raid EctinDev. I hope you guys have an awesome time in EctinDev's channel. And yeah, I'll see you guys next week. Please stay safe. And we'll get back to figuring out this Rust stuff next week. But thank you for being here. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I will see you next week. Bye.